fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going around the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to
Oh my God!
Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
It's time for the big one. Daytona, let's go away. It's the International Majors Series here on the iRacing Esports Network, presented by ourselves here at SimSpeed TV. The Daytona 500, the second round of the Majors season for 2020, and we have got an absolutely big one in the International Division ready to kick off in the next 15 minutes. My name is Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box, Ryan Jones. Ryan, I've been looking forward to this one for quite some time. There's nothing quite like Daytona.
There is indeed. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's the greatest race in stock car racing. It's right up there for the greatest race in North America, maybe on level terms with the Indy 500, depending on who you ask. In my opinion, it's the best there is. It doesn't get better than this. And for sure, it's the best race all season. This is the crown jewel of the Majors Series, I reckon. This race right here.
Yeah, well, there's going to be quite a few drivers vying for the top spot here, especially around a track like Daytona, a restrictor plate track where you get some big packs and many drafts and the potential for the big crash in the middle of the race. This is going to be a race that's defined by cautions first and foremost, I'd predict.
Yeah, well, the duels and not the clash so much, but the duels, the qualifying races for this one to set the grid, they were full of quite a number of cautions and a lot of messy racing. The clash itself wasn't too bad a couple of weeks or last week, but the way these cars are handling at the moment, they're not particularly comfortable. They handle a little more unstable than they did this time last year for last year's Major Series Daytona 500. So I definitely think we're going to see an increase in cautions from that particular race. Definitely expect to see some long green flag runs at some point. It is 200 laps, don't forget. So once they get rid of those first initial nerves when they get themselves into the race, I think drivers will start to settle in and knuckle down, try to get through as much of the race as they can before the craziness really kicks in.
Yeah, the craziness will kick in right at the end where everyone goes all out. In a 500-mile race like this one, you're pacing yourself a lot of the way, just trying to stay out of trouble, because as long as you're there at the end, you have a chance of winning. So it's going to be an interesting one. Tires as well might be a factor. Daytona is a track that is flat out all the way around in pretty much any car, but those tires do still get a workout on that high banking.
Yes, they do. It's, of course, nowhere near to the extent that we see on basically any other oval track bar Talladega. But over the course of 40, 50 laps, if you stay out, you're going to notice that coming out of the corners, it's a lot harder for you to keep your car glued down to the inside line. That can trigger a crash. If you're in the middle of three wide and you're struggling to keep your car glued to your lane, that's when tires are extremely important. So, while I may not think it, yes, tires are going to be crucial today. When we have the short green flag runs that I no doubt think we'll see today at some point, I don't expect to see anyone coming down for any reason other than fuel. Of course, race a full tank of fuel is enough time to take 4 tyres anyway. So in that regard, we'll probably see a fair few tyre changes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, with the way oval racing works, a caution comes out, you want to dive into the lane and get some new tyres if at all possible, because it can certainly define the trajectory of the rest of your race. And in a round like this, as the drivers make their way back out on track after the drivers' meeting has concluded, they'll be getting their final laps in, their final preparations around this magnificent circuit.
There's been plenty of time for these guys to test. I think right now it's just all about just trying to keep yourself occupied, do whatever you need to do to get yourself best prepared in the final stages before this race gets underway. We've had the 2 duels, we've had the clash. They would have learnt a lot in those 3 races, the drivers that ran all 3. They would have learnt how their setup handles in the conditions of a racing environment with, 30-odd cars around you in a tightly formed pack. They would have learnt how much their car needs to be, tucked out and getting some clean air on the nose. Because from what I've been told, Race, these cars this year, for this particular race anyway, with the setups that they've got, or there's something there that's making them overheat extremely quickly. And the pace, certainly in the duels, was quite slow. There was a lot of checking up going on.
Yeah, with the temperature differential running behind another car, you're going to see drivers not stay in the draft for too long, I'd gather. Just peeking out down the straights, get a bit of fresh air into those radiators. There is a chance that we'll see quite a few blown engines here, but for the likes of Dave Douglas, who currently tops the practice times, he's sitting pretty for a good run here. And if you're at the front, generally, that's where you want to be until the final lap.
It certainly is. Of course, you can't read too much into the practice times, but it's an open practice. You can draft with people, and that's going to increase your lap times by up to about 5 seconds. In terms of qualifying, I know Dave's back after the top 10, but there's a lot of drivers that won't want to be at the front in this race. They just want to sit at the back, keep themselves a second or so off the back of the main pack, maybe even more, so that when, and I say when, not if, the big one kicks off, they're able to avoid it.
Yeah, exactly. You do want to have a good sighted piece of track in front of you in order to take avoiding action when the big one inevitably happens. Place you definitely don't want to be is in the middle of the pack, or in a situation like we're seeing demonstrated here from Dwayne Burns' perspective. You see 2 lines of cars, one taking the high line, one taking the low. Pace is looking pretty even between them, but the inside line does get a slight run in the middle of the corners. You see the outside line come back on those straight line sections.
Yeah, that's one of the nuances too of super speedway racing, is knowing which line to be in at any given moment. Of course, through the corners, like right now, that inside line, it's the shortest way around the track. It's going to go fastest unless that outside is absolutely hooked up, which is extremely rare. But coming off the corners onto this back straight, and coming off turn 4 onto the tri-oval, the outside gets the run, because their car's pointed straight much earlier than that inside line, and it gives them a better run off the banking. And so there's an ebb and flow every single lap through every single corner between which line's quickest and which line isn't. And that can often cause checkups, and yet again, another reason why there's so often so many crashes.
Yeah, Daytona's a pretty high-octane, high-speed place, but as a driver, when you're in the middle of the pack, you actually find yourself feathering the throttle more than getting on full power just to keep that gap to the cars in front of you. And speaking of actually drafting, we should talk about bump drafting as well. It's technically not prohibited, but it is discouraged in the majors rules. And there's going to be some very hard looking at any incidents that arise from bump drafting, especially if one of the drivers was not a willing participant. So the drivers are going to have to be very careful when they're running in big packs like this.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see bump drafting. It is frankly inevitable that it's going to happen at some point, whether it comes from a massive run from behind and the driver just can't check up, because if they do, a crash is going to happen. That seems to be the common theme in this pre-race, isn't it, Reese? Whatever you can do, you're trying to avoid a crash. And I mean, to be honest, that is what Super Speedway Racing is all about until that final lap, is just staying out of trouble. But yeah, we're going to see bump drafting at some point. Teammates will probably try it at some point. And if you do it right, it's a huge advantage. But yeah, if you get it wrong, it's not great.
Definitely not. And there's Daniel Stevens doing a practice pit entry. You got to start braking incredibly early for the pits here at Daytona. These NASCAR Cup cars, they're overweight, undertired, and underbraked as well. You have to put a lot of effort in to get them to a clean stop.
You do. That's why we're seeing so many people practicing their pit entries now. It's all good and dandy, fine and dandy doing it now too, with, you know, 1 or 2 cars around you. But when we get to the race, it's a whole other ball game, because if you decide to come down a pit lane, it's going to be right at the end of your fuel window if it's a green flag stop. And there's going to be potentially 20, maybe even 30 people trying to come down into pit lane at the same time as you. And that is often where we see, you know, the crashes occur to bring out the caution at the end of a green flag run. It's not out on the track, it's when they try to get down a pit road.
Yeah, exactly. There's an awful lot that can go wrong when you're trying to slow down for a stop in the middle of a big pack. And whoa, there we go. That was a good demonstration of what we were just talking about. Marco Mogren getting spun there on the entry to pit lane. Hopefully that doesn't happen to him in the race. And that, I believe, was Dwayne Burns who made contact with him there. Onboard demonstration of it, thanks to Motum Simulation, our replay sponsor here at SimSpeed TV. Burns obviously going in a lot hotter there. Wasn't quite prepared for Mogren to slow up like he did.
Yeah, I think varying levels of commitment to that pit entry just shows exactly what can happen. Put 18 more cars in that picture too, and you can see just what might occur later on. Let's just quickly direct the attention over to the overlays and the leaderboard. Reese, what are you thinking of our new... we can see all the car numbers up on screen, which is nice.
This is excellent. It really brings another element to the broadcast and makes it easier for everyone to follow along with what's going on. Stylized numbers as well, so even easier to tell who's who. I love it.
It's very good, and it will be used for all oval broadcasts as they crash down that pack straight away. That was a big hit there. It'll be used for all the oval broadcasts from here on out. And if you want to know how to get that colour behind your number, just go ahead and set your base paint for your iRacing car to whatever you want that colour to be, and it shall appear forever in the broadcasts.
Excellent stuff, forever etched into internet history. Matt Danson going through the tri-oval. You see the side draft coming into effect here. That's another thing that has to be considered. You don't just get draft from running behind a car, you get it from running alongside as well.
Yeah, theoretically, yes. Sometimes it doesn't work for one reason or another. But we will see a lot of that today. It's generally going to come from that top line, crowding the inside all the way down to those yellow lines, trying to take the air off their quarter panels, and Danson's doing it for the middle of the corner. In the early stages of the race, you won't see it because, as you just saw there, the car on the inside, Brett Gerard's, he moved up just a little bit. It was probably a couple of inches, but as he did, he almost made contact with Danson. And that's the biggest issue with side drafting, is it leaves zero room for error.
Yeah, and at the speeds you're going, the tiniest amount of steering input can take you halfway across the track if you're not careful. So this is a really nice view looking back at Matt Danson, and we'll be seeing this view quite a bit in the race. Not going to be easy getting the move done around the outside into those turns.
Especially by yourself as well. This battle also highlighting the importance of having a partner out there on track to slipstream with. Even just 2 cars up against one, it's clear to see which one is coming out best. And Gerards is doing a fantastic job at the moment of pushing that car in front, which in his defense is actually probably down to that engine temp I was talking about earlier. You simply can't push for too long. Well, 2 or 3 laps tucked right up to the rear bumper, your engine will pop very quickly.
I wonder how many engine pops we're going to see by the end.
Well, on that topic, we talk about the big one. We talk about the huge one, which is starting to become more common as well.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me at all, Reese, to see the first one, or one of them today, coming from someone towards the front of the pack blowing their engine. And when you're packed in like a can of sardines there, if you pop that engine, see you, Danson.
Oh.
That was just a
Wow.
bit of a pit maneuver there. But yeah, no, if you pop your engine at the front, there's nowhere for you to go. You're going to lose a lot of momentum. You're going to get run over. You're going to crash. It's going to be a big, big mess. How long will we get before we see that today?
That is the big question. Well, the race session is now live, and here is the starting grid. The front row is taken up by Kinetic, John King and Dean Moll on the front row there. Brett Geraerts and Mick Buist in third and fourth. On row 3, we got Daniel Stevens and Wayne Taylor, both for MF Racing. They have some of the best liveries in the field every round. Shane Bowen and Chris Purnell on row 4. Rounding out the top 10, Jonathan Ben and Matt Stratford.
Matthias Magnussen starts from 11th. They had a Victor Fellaby there in 12th. Row 7 is going to be Matt Muggleton and Alex Court. Harold Stadler and Cameron Dance line up 15th and 16th. Johnny Bell 17th. Dave Douglas from 18th. Marco Mogherin and Will Leslie rounding out the top 20.
Jake Fox and Matt Danson take up row 11. Dwayne Burns for Avatar Auto Racing in 23rd, joined by Danny Vassell. Chris Owen and Matt Clote on row 13. Michael Skurlock, looking forward to seeing how he goes. Usually a very good oval racer. And Jack Stiles joins him on row 14 for Fitzstein Motorsport. Robert Northway, another driver to watch out for. He starts in 29th, joined on row 15 by Vernon Wiley.
Scott Newton and Mirko Dornak start from row 16. The field going to be rounded out by Christopher Norton and Trevor Mack and Philip Morton. And you talk about Skurlock there being a very good oval racer. That's all good and well. We get to the shorter oval tracks. That's going to be very important. But on super speedways, anyone can win it. And quite often, it's not the person you expect. Having experience will help in the pack, but he's not going to have as much of an advantage today as you might expect on some of the other ovals.
No, certainly not. You make a good point there, because these high-speed tracks like Daytona and Talladega, they require a flip of your approach to one of these races. It's not like on short ovals where you can rely on mechanical grip and your position through the cautions to get you through the day. This is all about survival. And as the pace car ends the back straight, they'll be getting prepped up for the green flag, and then we'll finally be ready to go racing in this Daytona 500. 200 laps getting ready to go. You see the weather conditions in the bottom right corner. 22 km/h wind from the east. That translates, I think, into a headwind down the back straight. So that's going to be some good potential for drafting there, and not bad air temperature and track temperature either. So here we go. The pace car will have pulled in imminently, and the green flag is going to fly. We are now racing in the Majors Daytona 500. John King getting a good jump there. Dean Moll getting left behind on the outside. Following John King is Brett Geraerts moving up to the middle. And we see Moll starting to come back here on the outside, followed by the number 8. This is going to be an interesting one. Still have yet to sort themselves out into a single pack. They're still assuming their rows. But in the next couple of laps, they will slot down and will really begin fighting. Everyone just feeling it out for now, but Kinetic running very strong at the front, Ryan.
Yeah, we're going to see this for a number of laps, them running side by side like this. Single file racing has become a norm in the real world at these super speedway tracks. I personally don't love it. I'm praying we stay side by side for the whole race today. But in terms of the drivers out on track, it just depends on how aggressive they want to be, how prepared are they to run side by side and risk having some issues. And also teammates need to hook up with each other as well. That's going to play a massive part in this race. You mentioned Kinetic running at the front pretty strongly. MFR Racing have got a couple cars out there as well, as to Illusion Motorsport. All those guys are going to want to hook up and start working together. And look at Matt Danson making some strong early progress through this field.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's been running that middle line for a lot of the time, and he's getting a really good run here, scything his way through. It's an excellent run from Matt Danson coming onto the front straight. Things are looking a little bit tightly packed there. He moves down to the inside. An extra few positions gained there for Danson. Now behind Shane Bowen. Man, he is really looking to advance, isn't he? Look at him go.
Yeah, Danson's a very aggressive racer. He's generally very aggressive when he wants to be off restarts and the starts of the race. We're seeing that today. What he's benefiting from is everyone right now. No one's full throttle, I don't think, with the exception of him. And as he goes 3 wide to the outside, he's going to take that lead away and go from 20 seconds to pretty much the lead of the race. He's just going to lose that momentum now, though. But having that benefit of not having to lift off, he just went straight through the middle. And in the middle line, too, you get the slipstream effect from both lines in front of you. It really propels you along. And I did notice a couple of guys just getting out of his way, not wanting to get in his way.
Yeah, and that's perfectly understandable. In these early stages of the race, you want to be as cautious as possible, but Matt Danson not subscribing to that. And it looks like he's pretty comfortable there behind Dean Mole. Doesn't look like there's much jostling for position. Oh, Danson's having a little bit of a look there, but he's getting covered off by the MFR car of Brett Gerards on the inside. Brief lift, a little bit of space back to John King. The onboard from Daniel Stevens. This would be very stressful from a driver's perspective.
It will be interesting to note the two kinetic cars are lined up inside and outside, not line astern. Intrigued to see what they do here. Having it like this, they're able to sort of hold station and keep the pack lockstep behind them. Unless Danson tries to force that issue. I'll tell you what, he's got to be a little bit careful here, Reese, because I understand I think he wants to lead this race and put himself in the best spot possible to avoid being taken out. But it's lap 5. There's no need to be aggressive.
No, not at this stage, but looks like he's going for it anyway. That's a big run from the outside line on the back straight. Now Mole assumes the lead of the race, and Danson just holding on to second there, but John King catching up on the inside, taking second back as they come around to complete lap 5. Tell you what, Danson is going to be one of the ones to watch here. So we're seeing 2 line astern lines of cars here, and the back of the field starting to come off of this and assume their own little formations. Interesting
that Mole didn't decide to jump down in front of his teammates so they could work together. He had definitely cleared John King down that back straight. Whether he's just being overly cautious there because teammates, or whether the kinetic cars want to be inside and outside here and control the field, because what they're doing right now is exactly that. They're controlling the field and they're not allowing anyone to get basically ahead of them.
Yeah, and this is that's particularly significant for Danson because he needs a good run if he wants to take the lead of this race. But the kinetic cars are not leaving the way open. There's less than half a car's width of a gap between them coming into the turns, and Danson's got his work cut out for him if he wants to get by both of these guys, because John King and Dean Mole right now absolutely holding it down. It's another run from the outside line onto the back stretch. And Danson is clear of John King, and he moves down to the inside. There we go. Very significant there from Danson, and he takes the race lead. Calculated move.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's working on to try and get done there. Did it exactly how he had it planned in his mind, I'm sure. Not what the Kinetic boys wanted now, because now neither of them are leading the race. One of them is leading the outside. Whether they work together to try to get themselves back up there, we'll find out, I guess. Interesting to know, I was going to say Danson needs help from behind, but he didn't even need that. Nick Boyce was sat a good half a car length at least off his rear bumper, and not at all trying to help him up there into the lead of the race, but didn't even need that push, and he managed to just use the push himself to get Mole clear and slide down in front of John King. It's a very smart way to make an overtake when you don't have the help from behind.
Yeah, very smart indeed, and that's one of the many elements of super speedway racing at play here. Danson seems pretty comfortable in the lead at the moment. Outside line still getting good runs onto the straights, but he's holding it down through the turns. And looks to me like nothing much is going to change for the next few laps.
No, I think we're pretty much in just a hold set at the moment. No one's looking to advance their position. Actually, I said I expected them to stay side by side for a little bit. I'm surprised at just how many people. It's basically the whole field that are side by side. There's probably half a dozen to 10 cars off the back, but when you look at that, that's a lot of people still side by side, tucked up about 1.5, 2 seconds between the leader and what is it, 25th?
Yeah,
30th.
something like that.
Yeah, 30th is 2.5 seconds back.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy numbers there. But I mean, if you do have... Sorry, go on, Ryan.
If you put it in the perspective of someone that's at the back of the field, if a crash happens at the front, they're fine. They're absolutely fine. They're, what, 10 seconds off? Guys like Matthew Cluett, Will Leslie, Matt Stratford, Mirko Dortnack, they're all lifting off the back of the field. But the guys inside the top 25, top 30, if something happens, it could wipe out the majority of the field in the first quarter of the race.
Yeah, it absolutely could, which is why these front guys need to be careful. It looks like none of them are being particularly aggressive towards Danson. It looks like they're content to just let this be the state of play for now. I noticed that King is hanging back quite a bit from Danson. I might have expected him to be a little bit closer, but obviously King trying to look after his engine here.
Yeah, exactly. And also, another thing that is going to come into play when we get to green flag pit stops is how long can you go on fuel? Matt Danson, if he wants to lead this race for the rest of the stint, for the rest of the race, is going to use more fuel. It's just, it's simple because he's the one pushing the hole in the air. Jordan King, he can sit there at 3/4, even half throttle if he's getting a push from behind, and save up to, a couple laps of fuel and go an extra distance.
Yeah, exactly right. And under green flag, that's especially significant. It's one thing to pit under caution. There's not much pressure on you there. You just got to make sure you hit your marks and get out, and where you are is where you are, depending on your tires and fuel numbers. But around a place like this, oh boy, you stand to lose a lot of time if you get things wrong on a green flag pit stop. Very high average speed.
Certainly do. I'm getting itchy feet here, Reese. I was in this race last year, and it's nerve-wracking to be in this sort of environment, because as much as you know, it's 200 laps. We have 4 hours to complete this race if we were to just get caution after caution. It's a long, long way. It's one of the longest races in terms of time, just because of the amount of stoppages we have, with the exception of probably the 600 miler at Charlotte. But it's 200 laps of nerve-wracking stuff. But the enjoyment you get when you come home with a good result after all of that is phenomenal.
Yeah, it absolutely is phenomenal. It's a crazy event, this one. We've got a couple of retirements already. Jack Stiles and Trevor Mack have unfortunately dropped, so we've lost them, but the majority of the field's still out there at pace. Now, how long does a tank of fuel usually last around here under green flag conditions?
Put me on the spot there, Reese. about 33 laps, says Jay. I was going to say about 30, but yeah, 33 laps. If you're nice on your fuel, you can probably stretch it to 35. And the key thing there, why you want to stretch your fuel, is when you get to the final pit stop of the day, you're going to be stopped for less time, because you've got less tank to put. You've got less fuel to put in the tank.
Yeah, exactly right. One of the many things to consider. So we should expect this to go on like this for at least another 15 laps before people start looking at going into the pits. Unless, of course, someone makes a mistake and the big one happens right in the first stint of racing. But these guys have had it drilled into them that they got to race with respect. They've got to race hard but fair. And that's what's happening so far.
Yeah, been a very, very good start from the entirety of this field. Looking very content to sit side by side, keep themselves within close proximity of the lead of the race. I think trying to avoid, I think last year there was a massive green flag stint. And I think there was a few people that got caught out by it who had dropped off the pack early on, lost the draft, and then ended up losing a lap as a result. Of it. That is the issue, that is the risk you run if you do choose to drop off the pack and you don't have solid help with you, is if it goes green for a long, long time, you're gonna find yourself a lap down.
Yeah, and a lap down at Daytona is not where anyone wants to be. This track is pretty long for an oval, 4 kilometers long. And
Oh no, crash on the back!
Yeah, oh my goodness. So yellow flag is out after 15 laps. Involved in that, Danny Vassell and another driver there, Scott Newton. Oh, that's a big shame. Newton showing some good pace in previous races here at SimSpeed. Johnny Bell as well, going slow on the bottom. So now, attention will be turned to pit stops potentially. There's the replay of what happened. Oh, just looks like a little bit of contact there from Vernon Wiley that set all of that off.
Yeah, up on the top. The 33, I believe, yeah, the 33 of Wiley, he got strangely loose entering turn 3, and it sent him down the track. Unless his car is set up, so to speak, you know, in where it's going to do that, it's a very strange incident.
Yeah.
And a couple of people here get very, very lucky to get through that one.
Yeah, they absolutely do. That was very lucky for a bunch of guys in the back, but that is an interesting incident there from Vernon Wiley. Get the feeling might be something to do with the hump that you go over when you get onto the banking off the back straight. Maybe the rear end just got light.
Yes, potentially, whatever the reason, that's going to put a big spanner in the works of his race.
Everyone's
as we
going
get
in.
down to pit road. Yeah, everyone coming down into pit lane. Not really much of a surprise. Prime position here to come down, take 4 tyres and fuel.
Matt Danson, the first one to pull up in his box. He is taking tyres. And we should expect pretty much everyone to take tyres in this first stint. You've run over half a stint on a set. Not worth it, staying on that same set. So Danson already out of his box and actually beaten out of the pits, potentially. No, looks like he's ended up in front there of Dean Moll. Not much jostling back in the pack.
I think Moll did beat him out.
Oh, well, we'll have to wait and see how they form up.
At the green cone, that's where the order's decided, is how they come across the white line at the green cone. And if you watch here on this Motor Simulation replay, Dean Moll, that first pit box, proving crucial to him. He's just got to move a few meters in front of him. Doesn't have to get his car all the way back up to top speed of the pit road limit. And also, to talk about that tyre point, there's no point not taking tyres if you're taking fuel. Half a tank equals 2 tyres. So even if you take 2, you still put half a tank of fuel. Maybe if you're taking half a tank of fuel, you still put 2 tyres in the car.
Yeah, exactly. And most people have gone for 2 tyres. Right-hand side, of course, because they are the ones that take most of the load through the turns.
Yeah, exactly. The insides don't wear anywhere near as much as the outsides do. You want the grip out there, so something like what we saw earlier doesn't happen.
And here we go. We see Moll leaving his box right there. And he does come out in front of Danson. So he is going to assume the race lead when we go back to green.
That was an extremely long replay.
It certainly was. It was running on slow motion the whole time.
I thought my feed of the stream had died. It was just
refreshing. I refreshed too. But we love you, Jay. You do a very good job here at SimSpeed. You certainly do.
Speak for yourself.
Mick Buist coming out of the pits, and we see a couple other guys jumping in, Chris Purnell among them. So Dean Mole there in the race lead behind the pace car. And it should be 1 to green next time by. We'll have to wait and see, though. And it will be a single file restart, I imagine.
Come again?
Will it be a single file or double file restart?
This should be double, I hope. Yeah,
All right.
so the NASCAR ruling is double file restarts. Lucky Dog at the back. The Lucky Dog system, if someone out there isn't aware of it, so the first car that is a lap down, when the caution comes out, will be granted a free pass around the field and around the track to get either their single lap back or one of their multiple laps back. Only caveat is if you are involved in the incident, you don't get it. It goes to the next car in line.
Fairly simple ruling there, and I don't think it would be in effect for Vernon Wiley, who is currently the highest up car, a lap down or more. Obviously, it was his contact that caused the incident, so no lucky dog for him just yet.
No, we've got, yes, of course, Wiley's a lap down. Trevor Mack and Jack Styles. I think Trevor Mack's internet might have been the issue for him. Maybe some hardware failure. Trying to get back in the session, it looks like. I haven't seen any sign of Jack Styles yet. But certainly early on, I mean, he could probably gain 5 laps back, to be honest with you, over the course of the race. I wouldn't put it past.
Yeah. If he plays his cards right, definitely. If he manages to get some good numbers on the fuel and on the tires, he should be able to get a lap back at pretty much every caution, but we'll have to wait and see for that. Well, it is 1 to green. Pace car coming down the back stretch. I've enjoyed myself so far. We're only pretty much half a stint into this race, and it's already been a cracker.
Yes, it has. We're seeing some great racing. Thank God we're not seeing the single file right around the top racing that we see in the real world. In iRacing, it's generally single file at the bottom of the track, maybe a lane or so up. You do tend to get more checkups on the inside, which kills your momentum. So we often see when they go single file, they might run just a lane up from the inside if they're not under any threat of being overtaken.
Yeah, it's all about widening the arc of the corner as much as possible, conserving your rubber. Everyone's getting down into second gear once again for the restart. You only got 4 of those gears in a NASCAR car, but there are the only 4 you'll ever need. Waiting for the green flag to go as the pace car pulls in. The green flag flies, and John King gets a reasonable jump there on Danson. But it looks like, there was a delayed shift there for John King. Danson has the run back. He's going to take the lead here.
I think that's Dean Mole, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I completely got my kinetic guys messed up. And there we go. Down the inside, Dean Mole with the run once again. Everyone's got at least 2 fresh tires and a full tank of fuel. We start again.
I mean, if I had a penny for every time I've got someone's name completely and utterly wrong, I'd be rich. I wouldn't be doing this right now. So it's perfectly acceptable. A multi-millionaire, says
Yes.
Jay behind the scenes. Cheers, Jay. John King, though, by the way, he is the lead car that took 4 tires. That is why he's back there in 8th place.
Right, so John King looking like he'll have the most grip at his disposal out of the top guys in this stint. But he's keeping it nice and smooth, nice and controlled behind Wayne Taylor. Currently running in 5th. Now the lead packs are really getting close here at the start of the stint. You see the outside line getting pushed a bit here. Danson is getting some assistance from Daniel Stevens and Shane Bowen.
He is not enough to push him through, though. He needs someone to get onto his bumper, give him that big boost to be able to clear Mole and get down to that inside. just having a look through the field to see if anyone's really dropped off. You know what I'm not seeing is a single illusion car anywhere near this top pack. So those guys, it seems, taking a bit of a strategy play here and all lining themselves up at the back of the field.
Yeah, we'll have to keep tabs on the illusion guys just to see if they can get themselves through the inevitable drama. But they are well placed at the back of the field. And we definitely know that the illusion guys have some talent at their disposal as well. So looking forward to that. Danson has moved to the inside there, and Mole takes the outside line. A big switch there at the front row.
Looks like both these guys want to be ahead of the train. If you can't lead the race overall, I'd say I always prefer to lead one of the lanes. That way you've got the clean air in front of you. You don't have to worry about your engine temp. Just run your own race, hold your line, and everyone else will do their job to push you. Whereas if you're tucked up behind someone, you've got to make sure you line your car up, make sure you check your engine temp. There's a lot more to do when you're pushing as opposed to being pushed.
Yeah, and I think from Mole's perspective, he didn't want Danson in front of him. He wanted a bit more air going into his motor. So that was a quick decision there from the number 31. They're running nice and even at the front here once again. Going through the field, you can definitely see that there's some guys jostling around for some kind of space on the track. Seeing a bunch at the back, the illusion guys now all line astern for the most part. So they've got this sorted out for now.
Yeah, they do. Those guys are talking pre-race about their strategy, and I think pretty much all of them decided, I want to run at the back for most of this race and just be there at the end. All of them expecting to see that big crash. Running unique liveries too, just to make life easier for us up here in the booth. All of them sporting a unique colour and highlight on their car, so that we don't have 6 identical cars out on track.
Yeah, good to see. It's always nice to have a bit of a marker of difference, and Illusion decided to go all the way with that. Thanks, guys. But I'll tell you what, this lead looking quite interesting because Mole, I'm noticing, particularly in the second half of the track, getting a good run on the outside versus Matt Danson.
And it
Danson seems to be gaining it back in turn 1.
Coming here from the push from Daniel Stevens on his rear bumper, giving him a massive push down that back straight, just about clearing him. Oh, the entry into turn 1 as someone took a wild lane switch in the back half of the field there. As he's still not able to clear him. I imagine once he does, he will get back down to the inside straight away. Wonder what the dance will switch up and go back to the outside again. Whether this is going to become a theme over the race of these two just switching lanes, exchanging the lead back and forth between them until someone else manages to poke their nose in.
And just who that someone will be has yet to be decided, but currently best placed are the MFR guys, because we've got Gerards, we've got Taylor. Oh, that's a big run there from Stevens, giving Dean Moll a good push there.
Oh, no, no! Oh,
just behind them from Alex Court. Goodness me, that was almost an absolute disaster, nearly making contact with Jonathan Ben. Thankfully, they got away with that.
Yeah, I think Ben might have just kissed the wall, but no real damage, so to speak, to his car. Extremely lucky that Court didn't get turned into the fence. He forced the issue down the back straight to take it 3 wide through the middle and into the corner. Wasn't quite able to hold the line and just drifted up into what would have been that third outside lane. And we saw the contact being made with Ben, but Ben's coming back at him here and thinks better of it, lifts off and tucks back in line.
Yeah, he's looking tempted to try the outside as Ben, but Court holding station very well there, right in the middle of the track. Also noting at the race lead, Danson actually has a very good edge here on the inside. He has a car length on the top line, and Dean Moll fighting mostly with Brett Gerards. Yeah,
another interesting thing to note that we're seeing here, Reese, is look at the size of the gaps between the bumpers of the cars. we often see them, if not locked bumpers, which is highly, highly discouraged, but, you know, at least particularly close to each other. What we're seeing now is some pretty substantial gaps. It'll close up over the course of the race, but it definitely shows that they are just really having to manage those engine temps a bit.
Yeah, everyone's calmed down a little bit after that first big one. They got a chance to reset, recuperate in that caution. But it does look pretty calm here, at least at the front. Mole and Danson just having eyes forward for now. Lap car in the middle of this pack as well, which will certainly shake things up a bit. And there's Mole with an excellent run. He now has the edge over Danson just briefly. Danson coming back on the inside once again through turn 3. And the pattern continues. This is what we're going to be seeing for the majority of the race.
Yeah, well, this is the ebb and flow I was talking about pre-race that we're going to see through each and every lap as the inside finds the advantage in the corners, the outside finds it coming out of the corners. The moment when the outside line manages to hold even through the corner, that's when you're likely to see the outside take charge of the race, because they'll get the run down the straight, and then Mole will be able to clear Dance on the inside, which he's just done now. Is he going to cut down to the inside, though, is the question. Stevens, in fact, has pretty much cleared him as well. Interestingly, both staying on the high line.
Yeah, that is interesting. I would have expected Mole to move down to the inside to try and cover Danson, but looks like they're more than happy to continue running that outside for now. Interesting.
Just looking at Alex Court, too, in that 44, we saw him make that move on Jonathan Ben and almost come unstuck as a result of it. He's moving around a fair bit in that car right now. Doesn't seem particularly comfortable, probably to do with the setup in that DPR Benmax machine. And he's just, as you can see there, right off the exit of the corner. Car seems a bit unstable, but he also looks aggressive as if he wants to make moves, and that's a toxic combination sometimes. An unstable car under the wheel of an aggressive driver.
Yeah, exactly right. Especially around a track like Daytona where, you know, once the car gets loose, that's pretty much it for you. You have to, you're basically a passenger from then on. Looks like Cam Dance had a massive moment just then. Of course,
Court
Oh,
goes
no!
around. He causes a big one, and there's a lot of cars in that one.
Oh, a lot of kinetic guys involved in that. Cameron Dance, the reigning series champion, involved in that as well. My goodness, that was a massive one. We got a bunch of kinetic guys out of contention there in the midfield. So Alex Court, the stewards might be looking at that.
Well, we just said it's a bad combination, and that's exactly why. Too aggressive with that car that he had underneath him. Drifted down to the inside. Pretty much drifted down onto the inside line. Issue there is, there was a car there.
Yes, unfortunately, the car in question was John King. So we'll take a look at what happened here. You see Alex Court just go down into John King there, and the rest of them, the track's basically blocked at that point. All they can do is get the left foot on the anchors and pray. That's a lot of chaos there in turn 1.
And those guys that were hanging back, that is exactly why they've done that, because now they gain probably a dozen positions and they have no damage to their car whatsoever. Look at this on board with Scott Newton.
Yeah, or how about this for wreck avoidance, or no wreck avoidance at all. Of course, Newton was already involved in a crash that started the last caution, so he's having a rotten day right now.
He is, and I think he would have. They get a spare car in the major series, don't they? I think
they do.
He's out of lives now, so he would have used that one up in the previous one. Good news is for the drivers involved in this, they can use that spare car. Hopefully, for most of the drivers, they haven't blown their engine, they can limp back around the pit lane, get that spare car out, get back out on track, and not lose a lap. The guys that did blow an engine, they're going to lose a lap, but they will get back out there.
They will indeed, and everyone at the front coming into the pits will see how the pit stops match up against between Danson and Mole this time. They won't be putting as much fuel in, and there's no tyres there for Danson, no tyres, I would think, for just about anyone in this field. Very quick stop from Danson. Jonathan Ben's taking tyres. Wayne Taylor, Shane Bowen, all taking tyres. Daniel Stevens taking all 4 tyres on his car. So now he's going to have the grip advantage. Speaking of grip advantage, how about John King? Involved in that incident, he is now carrying some damage, and he'll have lost some time out of that as well. So the advantage that he would have gotten from taking 4 tyres in the first stop, pretty much gone. He's still got a chance to work his way back up, though.
Well, he can get that damage repaired. If not repaired, get the new car out.
Yeah.
You've got to be careful. If you take the spare car, you only get one. You get 1 chance, 1 second chance. If you take it straight away for minimal damage, and then you're involved in another crash, you've done yourself in. If you've got a bit of damage, but your car's still able to hang on to the pack, it's worth just holding on, just hanging on. You don't have to be competitive, just enough to hold on to the lead pack up until, say, the final crucial stages of the race. Then, if you still have that damage, you haven't been involved in another incident, then come down, get that spare car. Don't use it up straight away if you don't have to.
No, that's exactly right. It's basically a matter of taking it at the very, very last moment possible. Otherwise, you just get screwed over, unfortunately. So, Matt Danson is your leader. Dean Moll and Shane Bowen now your top 3 as the field cycles through their pit stops. We'll go on a quick break here on SimSpeed TV on the iRacing Esports Network. We'll be back very soon for Green Flag Racing.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh
him.
my God! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
You're watching the International Division of the Majors Series, Round 2, the Daytona 500. We're on lap 37 of 200 under caution after the second caution of the race. My name is Reese Gardner, joining me, Ryan Jones. Once again, Ryan, we've had some interesting racing so far, but the drivers have, for the most part, at the front, taken it nice and calmly.
Yeah, most of the drivers have been nice and calm up there. The only driver we've seen being really aggressive is Matt Danston, but he's got that experience on the super speedways to do that. Utilised it perfectly, put himself up into the lead from 22nd within basically 2 or 3 laps. And then, of course, Alex Court, he tried it as well. Didn't quite have the car under him to do it, and we've seen the first big one of the day. No doubt it won't be the last. Hopefully we get another good old green flag stint in here.
Yeah, and it will be starting imminently. Lights are off on the pace car. We'll be going down into the pit lane, and then we can start racing again. Of course, this round is supporting a charity, as is the norm with the majors. We're supporting the Cancer Society of NZ for this race. A good cause to support in the midst of some very trying times medically for many people. Pace car is in. Green flag flies. Matt Danson is going to have the advantage here. And he gets a good run there on Dean Moll. It looks like the Kinetic guys are using auto clutch, because you can see a very very noticeable drop in their position when they shift gear. So that's not going to work out too well for them on the restarts, but they've got good race pace here. And now Daniel Stevens will be pushing for a podium position.
I tell you what, that explains a lot about my restarts on ovals, if that's the case. May have to go remedy that.
That's it. I mean, like these cars you can shift without using auto clutch, just lift off and it'll slip into gear, but you put auto clutch on, there is a bit of a delay in the shift to sort of negate the advantage, quote unquote, of using auto clutch. So those guys may have to fix that for future restarts on NASCAR ovals, but each to their own. It looks like the outside line getting some really good runs here, and a cloud coming over the track surface, so a little bit of coolness coming to the tarmac.
Yeah, the track temp has dropped 3 degrees since the start of the race. It's 5:20 local time. Track is noticeably darker too from the start of the race. We won't quite get to nighttime conditions. We'll have to wait till the Coke 400 in official races for that to happen at Daytona International Speedway. But certainly the track is going to continue to cool off, and the grip is going to be more prevalent for these drivers. The cars will be glued to the track a whole lot more, and they won't move around quite as much as we've seen from some drivers already. As Dean Moll, he's not got Daniel Stevens behind him this time. Now it's Brett Gerards, who was on the inside. Now he's on the outside. Shane Bowen has gone from outside to the inside. And it's still the same two at the front, but who they've got behind them is completely, basically just flip-flopped.
Yeah, and ultimately, it's not going to make much difference in the long run what line you're on at this point, but it's good for the drivers just to test it out, see how their cars respond in these race conditions. I mean, obviously you put in a ton of practice time, but nothing can completely prepare you for the race when it happens. With the dynamic weather being the way it is, racing being as inherently chaotic as it is, you will encounter some unexpected things in your car behavior over the course of a 200-lap race. So drivers just testing the waters here, outside or inside. And the outside line still not with the complete advantage right now, but as the rubber builds up, as we get more lines forming, more grooves forming, we'll undoubtedly see them pick up the pace there up high.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, 3 wide is always an option too. We won't see a particular pack going 3 wide. The odd car will take it 3 wide to advance their position until we get to the latter stages of the race. Then it wouldn't surprise me at all to see 5 or 6 rows deep with cars 3 abreast. It won't last long unless the drivers really find their line particularly well, because when you're 3 wide, it gets to the point where we saw earlier with Court and King, where the slightest move up or down the track is going to result in a crash.
Yes, indeed, and everyone's keeping their distance from each other. Outside line, not squeezing the inside at all. Everyone's just taking their own bit of real estate on the track, staking it out, sitting tight until we get past round about the lap 150 mark, I'd say, is when things will really start getting serious.
So what you're saying is, we've still got 107 laps to go until it starts getting serious.
Basically.
And we've already seen 2 cautions.
Yeah, That's it. How many cautions will we see in the last 50 laps of the race? That's going to be an interesting idea to entertain. No changes again in the order of the lines, but Mole, you can see he's pretty much level with Danson all the way around the circuit now, on average.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing a good job up there. These two really are just controlling the race. Guarantee some of the guys behind them could go quicker. I imagine they're not, they're not full throttle. The guys pushing them aren't doing a brilliant job. They don't need to right now because there's no point. And so with that, Danson and Mole can just do what they want at the front, control the race, and just make sure they get to that last point. As soon as one of the lines starts pushing very well, then the other guy's got to do it as well. And then the whole pace of the race is going to pick up again. And oh no, there's trouble down the back straight. That was 2 cars spinning down to the inside.
Oh dear. Okay, so no caution for that. They are off the racing surface. That's Dane Burns and Chris Owen involved in that. That's a real shame for those guys. And especially since the caution hasn't come out, they're going to lose a whole heap of time.
They will. That's bad news for them. That's what happens when you get down on the apron. You spin there. Caution won't come out, which is good. Because we do see those single car spins that shouldn't bring out a caution. Like that one, a 2-car incident. I'll have to get a replay up on screen to see what was the cause for that one. Gonna stay live though. Alex Court has made his way back up inside the top 10. And I pray he's got a more stable car under him.
Yes, he has. And Matt Muggleton apparently going a bit slow as well. Might have a bit of damage on the front of that car. Now we will get a modem simulation replay of the incident between Burns and Owen. These guys were fighting for round about 12th to 15th. It looks like Burns just got loose on the top and came right down. Owen couldn't do anything.
Someone hit him.
Yeah.
Didn't quite catch who it was though. Someone got into his left rear. Down this straight.
All right, well, there's Burns going there. Can't quite see it from that angle.
3 times the charm?
Let's have a look here.
Oh.
It was caught.
Caught. Come on.
Oh,
Come on.
No.
I
Yeah.
mean, sorry,
That's a
man, but you've got to, yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything there, but I think he needs to definitely just look at how he's racing right now because it's not working. He's going to find himself out of the race pretty quickly if he keeps this up because he'll cause another crash. He'll probably be in it, and he won't have a spare car to go into again.
Well, I think that's at the back of Court's mind right now because he is definitely pushing hard in 7th place or so. Currently tucked in behind Wayne Taylor as Mole up the front now has the gap over Danson, but he still does not go for that inside line.
There's also a preference thing. Some people prefer being on the outside because there's less steering input involved. It's a nicer line to take. The inside's got a few bumps on it. You know, it's easy to catch the apron just a little bit through the corner, which can unsettle the car a bit. Some people prefer the inside because if you are a couple cars back in the field and a crash happens in front of you, you can dive to the apron to try to avoid it. Whereas the outside's got nowhere to go. There's a car inside and a wall on the outside. So there's a bit of preference there too, maybe for Dean Mole. Maybe he just wants to be on the outside and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Mole really doesn't have much pressure on him right now. I mean, he is leading, but he seems very comfortable there up at the top, just running side by side with Matt Danson for now. Behind them, it seems pretty much the same as well. Shane Bowen still on the inside in the number 7. Brett Gerard's still on the outside in the number 42. It's a very crowded view here from Victor Folby coming into turn 1.
Looking at the back of Alex Court too, you can get a read of how his car's looking at the moment. He seems to have checked the aggression a little bit since that second incident. Although he's going to want to line himself up with that car in front of him a bit better than that next time by. And as the cars move around, it does make it, in the defense of drivers that do occasionally get into the quarter panels and spin guys around, it's a very easy mistake to do, Reese, because if you actually sit there on the nose cam and look at the cars as they move down the back straight, they're not driving in a straight line. They're moving about. The air's pushing the car around. You know, the tires are pushing the car around a bit. The steering wheel input's not dead straight. It's not that easy to come off a corner and hook straight up to the back of someone's rear bumper dead straight.
Well, there's a bit of drama inevitably starting to happen here because on screen, lapped cars, Chris Owen and Vernon Wiley running in 31st and 32nd, the lead pack coming up on them at a rate of knots. And the ruling is that once the lead pack gets within a second of you, you have to run as high as possible. And that's what Vernon Wiley is doing here. Everyone's just going to make their way past him here, and he will slot in at the back of this pack. Very stressful letting a whole pack of cars by through the tri-oval at Daytona. And Chris Owen will be next up. He stays to the outside, and he will unfortunately go a lap down for his troubles.
You know what's stressful is when the pack catches you and they're 3 wide.
Yes.
And they catch you in a corner. You've got nowhere to go, man.
Oh, man, yeah, that, I saw Chris Owen graze the wall slightly there as the pack moved past, but there we go. He assumes position at the back of the pack with Vernon Wiley, and at least now they have a bit of draft. They can conserve a bit of fuel. They can keep themselves in contention potentially for a lead lap finish.
A couple of cars too. They're about half a lap behind. Robert Northway, all the way back in 28th place. He's got Cameron Dance tucked right up behind him in that number 1 machine, of course, the reigning champion. And then Dwayne Burns in 30th. These guys are running mid-47s. The leaders are running high 46s. So they're losing a lot of grounds. If it stays green, they're going to go a lap down as well.
Yeah, Robert Northway looks like just staying a lane up there on the straights. And, I mean, those guys seem pretty comfortable there, running line astern, but if they want to stay ahead of this lead pack, they want to start working together, swapping down the straights. Doesn't look like it's going to happen at this stage, though. It's still very early runnings in this Daytona 500.
It is. I was just watching Alex Court, who I think was about an inch away from making it 3 wide coming out of turn number 2. So starting to feel more confidence in that car. Hopefully it's well-founded confidence.
Yeah, you can see he's just got an eye on the inside line there, constantly searching, constantly looking. And I get the feeling that he wants to try and move to the inside, but he just doesn't have the space to.
Yeah, I mean, there was a car last year in the Daytona 500 who just managed to stay in that lead pack. The setup wasn't working for him, and you can really tell when you're a driver when someone's struggling with their car because they can't hold a line. It's not their ability, it's the setup they've got underneath them that's hurting them. Because we can all hold a wheel and turn left. That's not the issue, Reese. But the setup, if it's not working, and you're in that lead pack, people are going to notice, and coming out of the race, Court might find that no one wants to work with him as a result, because you don't want someone pushing you that can't hold a line, you know, regardless of the reason why, because you're going to get turned. And vice versa, if you're pushing them, you're going to accidentally turn them as a result. And if you turn them, then 9 times out of 10, you get turned as well.
Yeah, exactly right. The Court is still taking those looks up the inside. You can tell he's trying to size up a potential maneuver there. But seems like for the most part, he is content to stay behind. And you see that slight lack of stability there in the turns from Victor Folby's perspective. Court will be having a hard time in that number 44 at the moment.
You're about 13 to 15 laps away too, Reese, from green flag pit stop. So not too long until we start. Not too long until the whole field basically will dive down. It's a very short pit window. There's really no point in pitting five or so laps early before your fuel runs out, because if a caution comes out, you're going to be disadvantaged massively. So when the window opens, it'll be pretty much as the tank runs dry.
Yeah, so everyone will be biding their time until then. You can see Court once again with the run there behind the MFR cars, but I just saw him move down there to the inside.
Oh man,
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one word. It's painful to watch because I feel like I'm going to see a next big one happen any moment. We don't want another big crash. There's already a lot of cars up there who've used it, who are in their spare car right now. Another one happens, it starts to wipe out a substantial amount of people from the race. You want as many cars as possible there at the finish, because that's when things get real wild and real fun.
Yeah, exactly. And if there's only like 8 cars or so in contention for the win, it kind of puts a damper on things. So hopefully everyone can keep it together and we have a nice lead lap field for the finish in 142 laps time.
Is that all? 142 laps.
It goes by pretty quickly,
Yeah,
though,
it
because
does.
a lap at Daytona, I mean, Matt Danson's fastest lap was just 47.261, so they're absolutely fanging it out in the lead at the moment. And those 58 laps that we have completed, they have just flown by.
On screen too. Jade is doing the cheeky promo for the NASCAR iRacing series, which starts in 7 days. The old Jack Daniels 07 there. That time slot will be broadcasted. It'll be Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the open setup NAS series. And we've got a couple of good commentators up in the booth, and a third one that's not very good, which is me, unfortunately. But
No, don't sell yourself short.
Rest assured, there's 2 very good commentators at least for that one. And we'll have, it's NIS, there's always a full split up in top split. It's going to be a whole lot of fun and something that we're all very, very excited and looking forward to.
Yeah, so stay tuned on SimSpeed TV for that in roughly a week's time. It's going to be fun. Meanwhile, Mole versus Danson at the front. Looks to me like Brett Gerard's. I've noticed him moving around a little bit behind Dean Mole. His engine temperature must be spiking.
Yeah, he's doing a good job pushing him. I didn't hear a car spin, did I? No, I didn't. It gets worrying sometimes. Sometimes you think you hear a car spinning in the background, which admittedly I have heard a couple times, and it has been the car spinning.
Mm-hmm.
I did hear a car.
Okay.
There we go.
Your intuition was correct there, Ryan. Modem simulation replay of what happened, and it was Vernon Wiley, unfortunately. Looks like he might have lost it on his own. Let's see what happened to him here coming through the last turn. Yeah, it looks like he might have locked it up coming into the pits. No. No, it actually looks like
just a relative pit injury.
Just a regular old pit stop. So
that's a negative on my intuition.
Oh well. Moving on.
I just noticed, who was it? The 54. I think that's Matthew Clowett, and it is. He almost looked to the outside of Alex Court on the back straight. And I think the reason for that is, oh boy, Wayne Taylor. His teammates, Wayne Taylor and Daniel Stevens, are lined up on the inside. He wants to get involved with those guys and start pushing them. Taylor almost just took his teammate out with that move to the inside line. They just about got it done.
Oh, no harm, no foul, I guess, because they're still running as they were. And it looks like, have a look at the run from Clote on Court coming down the back straight. You see him moving around a little bit behind him, and there's another mover to the inside. That was Philip Morton in the Fitstone Motorsport Camaro. And he's got the lap car of Chris Owen for company here. Chris has done very well to stay in touch with this lead pack.
Speaking of cars moving to the inside, the closer we get to the pit window, the more we'll see cars trying to get to that inside line as well. Because, well, if you're on the outside and you want to pit and the car to your inside doesn't, trouble.
Big trouble.
It doesn't work. So we will eventually get single file or very close to it as we get closer to the pit window. There's 4 MFR cars inside this top 10. They're sitting very pretty at the moment, aren't they, Race?
They absolutely are, and it's MFR is one of those teams that's always been in the mix in the international division of the majors. We've seen some great performances from their drivers in the past, and they always brighten things up with their liveries. Alex caught on the back of Brett Gerard's there. Oh, whoa, hello. Goodness me. That came out of nowhere. Oh, they look like they were almost 3 wide through the tri-oval. Big move from Clote.
And he's going on with it too.
Oh, they are 3 wide through turn 1. Bowen, Gerards, and Clote all side by side. Court moves to the inside. Oh, this is going to get interesting.
Mole.
Yeah, Mole's going to cover him here.
Yeah. He moves up there to get the push from Matthew Clote and to stop him from being 3 wide. That was interesting that Clote decided to go 3 wide once he'd cleared, I believe it was Court. Because he had his teammate there in front of him. He opted to take his teammate 3 wide, which is probably suggesting that Clote wants to be somewhere at the front of this field.
Yeah, well, you can already see as he's up behind the leaders now, he's right on them. There was a big advancement from Clote in that last lap. I think now in this the mid-stage of the race is where the MFR cars are really going to come alive. We're going to come up to the pits in just a few laps' time. With all these guys together at once, it's going to be chaos coming into the lane.
It will be. We'll probably see it spread over the course of 2 to 3 laps. The first lap will be the guys like Matt Danson and Dean Mole that have been leading every single lap since they went green. It's been 30 of those laps too since we went green, which means we're definitely getting able to be set at the start 33 laps, so not far away. And what I'm seeing here is a field that is not ready, at least in the top half a dozen spots, to go to pit lane. The rest of the field, though, they've sorted themselves out, and they're single file.
Yeah, well, there we go. Mole moves to the inside, and now there's barely anyone up the top. Only drivers on the outside now are Clote, lap car Chris Owen, and Philip Morton, who's made his way up into 7th place. So with Mole moving to the inside, that is the signal. He is now preparing for a pit stop. And it could be happening any lap now. We're definitely assuming single file running now.
Yeah, no surprise to see pretty normal stuff. Don't forget we had a couple laps under caution too. So there is also that. They won't have used much under caution, just a little bit of fuel. I expect this first stint we'll see Dean Mole and Danson in, and with Mole pitting, probably the rest of the kinetic cars too.
Oh, Court.
Danton, I don't think, has got any teammates in this race. He's a lone ranger, hoping to pit with a big group of cars, which is tricky. If you're not coordinating with anyone, you really got to pray that when you commit to coming down to pit road, that other people come with you. If you're second in the race, it makes it very difficult. If you're a little bit further back in the pack, you can see guys pitting and go with them.
Yeah, it's very difficult when you're up the front to try and judge something like that. I know I've been on the wrong side of that more than once. But that's just one of the elements of oval racing. You have to have eyes all around you in a race like this. Only 2 cars then electing to take that outside line. That's Court and Owen, and it looks like Court, with his moving down to the inside here, there's only 1 car left really on that outside row. Now, will they go into the pits this time? No, they've still got a couple of laps left in the tank.
They'll probably prove us wrong, like 40 laps or something.
Yeah.
I mean, the pace has been so slow, relatively speaking, because of how many gaps they're creating in the field. They're not pushing each other particularly hard. That it is understandable that they can go maybe a lap or so extra than we might have expected with the fuel range. Because they're not full throttle 100% of the time around here. Far from it.
No.
The deeper you get in the pack, the less full throttle time you're going to be seeing.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm just wondering how economical the likes of Dean Moll and Matt Danson have been, because Danson's getting a bit of an extra. Oh, here we go. We got people going for the pits right behind the top guys. Matthew Clote missing the entry a bit, getting onto the grass. That'll be an unsafe entry for him. We do have quite a few cars on the lane now.
A lot of well, they're all MFR cars. Matthew Clote, Danny Vassell, Matt Stratford, Daniel Stevens, Jonathan Ben, Wayne Taylor, and yeah, Brett Gerards. All MFR.
Well, this is going to be interesting, pitting a lap earlier than everyone else. They are away. A lap or more earlier, I should probably correct myself.
I just saw Dean Moll's name pop up over the in-game communication. Does that mean he's going to come down to pit lane? No, it doesn't. Often we see that when drivers will just queue up on the microphone and let the other guys know that they can, that they are going to pit this lap to avoid, when they check up, getting run over from behind. And also, if you're a Lone Ranger, to hope someone goes, okay, I'll pit too. That's what I did last year. I can tell you, it didn't work. I pitted all by myself. It was horrible. It's a horrible feeling when you come down to pit lane and no one's there with you, because
you have my
you need
sympathies.
a caution. Hey?
You have my sympathies. It's it's definitely not a nice feeling. Harold Stadler and Matt Muggleton just exiting their bays now. Those last two guys in the top 20 at the time they pitted. Now the view from Dean Moll. He's going to cross over the line and go for it. So the lead pack is now in. Danson outbraking him into the lane.
But did he speed? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna double check
across
that.
the line. 127 kilometers an hour. He got it slowed down pretty quickly. If you get it slowed down quickly enough, you can often escape. He hasn't. He sat there in pit lane.
So there we go. Very unfortunate there for Matt Danson. Philip Morton, meanwhile, starting last and now in the lead of this race, but we should expect him in on the lane very, very soon. Stuck on the outside, so it's going to be no stop from this time. Oh my goodness. Alex Court setting the screen alight as he is wont to do, locking up on entry.
That's
there
wild.
We go. If in doubt, flat out. Oh, that's not
John
good for
King.
John King there.
They're all struggling with pit entry today. Track temp is now 31 degrees, so it's come down from what did it start at? 37 degrees, but it's still not real cold, real grippy out there. So they're just sliding those tires, and it's going to hurt them. Dean Moll has come out with precisely zero help, as has Shane Bowen. These two are going to really be at a disadvantage from this pit stop phase, as it looks like the rest of the field is going to come down to pit lane, the rest of the Kinetic cars, the rest of the Illusion cars. Oh, the 08! Oh, no! Jake Fox! Dave Douglas got into him, and Purnell just misses him.
Oh, that was very lucky. Illusion Motorsport getting incredibly lucky there. Modem simulation replay. Let's see what happened down at the back of the field. Or well, was it the front of the field on this particular occasion? So focusing on Dave Douglas, he slows down nicely, but oh, there we go. Contact coming into the lane. And from then on, wasn't much Douglas could have done.
No, Chris Purnell got a small piece of it too. Douglas has taken his spare car. Chris Purnell, just having a look at his front right, hasn't. Now that's interesting. I wonder how much pace Purnell's going to have, because his front right looks very much second hand after that contact with his teammate. I can bet those guys are in the chat blowing up right now because that was extremely unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely was.
Oh, Morton.
Oh, they've all got penalties. As Court and Danson, and also Magnussen as well as Philip Morton. Yeah, getting going again there. So speeding in pit lane penalties for those 3 drivers confirmed.
This is the awkward bit now where the field tries to trouble, around they go, heading into the tri-oval, and that's taken out half the Kinetic team.
That certainly has. Jake Fox around there. It looks like it happened when Johnny Bell got a little bit loose coming off turn 3, or turn 4 rather. From then on, gives a good smack to Jake Fox, and that was all she wrote. We'll have a look at what happened here. So there goes Johnny Bell down to the inside, and that particular car got very lucky there. Almost getting taken out there by Jake Fox, but they both ended up going again. Johnny Bell, though, with a very sick-looking car.
Turns out Kinetic, the only driver involved was Jake Fox. I got momentarily confused with his MFR cars that were line astern there. The MFR guys got very lucky, as did Chris Purnell. He only just made his way through that wreck, right through the middle. And I'm going to stop talking, because guess what I've got, Reese?
What have you got?
I got me some food.
Nice.
It's a long race, this one.
Yeah, certainly is. I'm gonna have to get myself a bit of a refill of my water in a bit, because you're in it for the long haul in these races. So with the green flag pit stops pretty much done, no one outside of those damaged has to come in. So it's going to be a pretty calm caution period, I'd say. Good opportunity to go on a break here on the iRacing Esports Network. You are watching, once again, International Division of the Majors, supporting the Cancer Society of New Zealand. It's the Daytona 500.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
To the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's going to pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with. What amazing.
Race lead to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save.
Look to the outside, and Trunkgate goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
I trying this contact though.
Slide left of the racetrack. Chris Renner drive the back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got rid of the outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness! Half the field's gonna get rolled.
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
You're watching the International Majors Daytona 500. We're under caution on lap 78 of 200. Marco Mogren is your leader for Kinetic Racing after the green flag pit stops just before this caution came out. We have 1 to green. Nice snazzy graphics up on the screen to let you know that. My name is Reese Gardner once again. Ryan Jones joining me in the commentary box and Jay Kennedy on cameras. This is going to be a great restart because the field, Ryan, is quite mixed from when we last saw it.
Yeah, certainly is. That pit stop phase just shaking it up a little bit. In terms of strategy, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There's 120 laps to go, so you have to take a full tank of fuel. And when you take a full tank of fuel, there is literally no reason not to take 4 tires because it is covered by the fuel tank. So they're all out there on 4 fresh tires and a full tank ready to go for approximately another 35, 36 laps.
And the order of the day has been inside or outside. We did see single file running eventuate just before the green flag stops, but we're not quite sure if that is an indicator of how things are going to go from here on out. The track is constantly evolving, and the drivers are constantly finding different ways to approach it. So it's Marco Mogren in the lead, Dean Moll running in second, and Matt Danson, who was fighting for the lead earlier. If you missed it, he got a speeding in pits penalty, and he is now running down in the field in 18th position. Pace car in. Green flag will fly imminently. What kind of jump is Marco Mogren going to get here for Kinetic? Away we go. And that is a really good jump there from Mogren. Dean Moll caught sleeping a little on the line there and a bit of a slow getaway because now it looks like Shane Bowen's getting the advantage as well.
He is. And they're all gonna try to sort themselves back out into a similar sort of field as to how they were. One where the Matt Dancer is going to do another spectacular run through the field. He's all the way back in 18th place now. After that, already up to 14th.
13th,
Straight
12th, 11th.
the middle.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it almost shut.
That gap is a bit narrow.
Oh boy, that was close. But yes,
Certainly was.
it seems like he is going to come through the field straight away again.
All right, so keep an eye on Matt Danson, ladies and gentlemen. Also, keep an eye on Matt Muggleton as well, because he's managed to find his way up into the top 5 after the green flag stops and the caution. Victor Folby as well, fighting for top honours at the moment. The only driver in this, at the very tip of the field, who we saw there before, was Dean Moll. It's basically very shuffled order for a lot of these guys in the top pack.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just trying to have a look, work out where teammates are in relation to each other. Marco Mogren and Dean Moll are teammates for Kinetic. Shane Bowen's connect to it, isn't he, I believe, Reese?
No,
So,
Shane Bowen is
no?
teammates with Dane Burns.
Ah, there you go. Similar paint, that's why. Dark blue and light blue. So once again, kinetic lead inside-outside. It's not John King, but Marco Mogren that does it alongside Dean Mole this time. And the MFR cars... Oh, Danson!
Pretty wide.
Up
Oh,
against
dear.
the fence. He's got nothing between him and that fence right now. And it will be a bit more breathing room for him. Down this back straight, the 45. Who is that? Almost straight up across his bumper.
Yeah, that was Matt Stratford there. And you can see Danson diving as far down to the inside as he can. He's looking very aggressive in these opening laps once again. Almost making it 3 wide again, but not quite brave enough to do it.
It looks too aggressive, but Matt Danson is, in my opinion, the most talented driver in Australia on an oval right now. So he has the ability to do it. It's just whether the others want to work with him in terms of making it 3 wide, because if he does and they don't play ball and the gap shuts, he's going to find himself going backwards almost as quickly as he was coming forwards as a light dart to the outside. See, that's silly because you've got no run to go with, and when you pull out, no one's helping you. You need to run if you're going to go out there by yourself. That move right there showed a little bit of... I don't know. It wasn't great.
Well, it looks like Matt Stratford is covering him off nicely, because I noticed as soon as Danson went for that outside, Stratford moved up as well, so got him covered. And the lap car, Dane Burns, lets the field by. It's the first time he and his teammate Bowen have been together on track in some time. Not the way that they would have wanted, but Burns and Bowen, they've had some good showings for themselves in this series in the past. It's not over for them.
No, certainly not. Burns is only 1 lap down. So, as long as he's there at the end, you don't know what can happen. I mean, we do. We know there's going to be something crazy happening at the end. There always is at Daytona. There's no way you finish your race without some sort of craziness happening. So he knows he can rely on that. As long as he maintains about 1 lap down. And in getting lapped, you can now tuck in and just pretty much put himself onto the back of the lead pack and just stay there now for the rest of the stint.
Save fuel, save tyres, shorter pit stop, profit.
Racing is so easy.
Yeah. Yeah, all they do is go around in circles, right?
Oh, don't get me started on that argument.
Well, Dean Mole looks like is receiving not much help there. Yeah, you do see Danson making it 3 wide just briefly there. He's managed to make his way past Stratford. His next target is Victor Folby, who I've noticed has moved around a little bit on the line. So Danson might have a bit of trouble with this.
He might, but provided he is smart, he should be able to get by. I mean, only just coming up, albeit 15 laps away from halfway, so there's no reason that anyone's going to fight him too hard if he does force that 3 wide issue again. So I would expect if he manufactures the run, he'll get through. It's when we get down to that final 50 laps that if Danson restarts back in the pack, he's going to find that...
Oh, no, there we go. There's the caution. That's a car around on its roof. Oh, dear. A lot of people involved in that one, and it's Alex Port in the 44, unfortunately coming to a stop.
Dornack just got into him at the end. I don't know whether Court was on the brakes there, and it just spins it again there up on that apron. Incredibly easy to do. Yeah, I don't think Court was on the brakes because that car was just rolling back down to the path of Dornack, who hadn't missed.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this replay here and see who triggered this one. You can see Court's in the middle of 3 wide.
Looks like he just moved up a tiny little bit on Matt Clote. Clote, I think, did move down by like a foot or so, but it just looks to me like Court almost got sucked up into him.
Yeah, I My stream died actually, so I can't. There we go. Now I can see it. Yeah. I think that's just a. I don't know. It's one of those things. Just a bit of racing. Stuff like that happens. Court yet definitely moves up. And coming off the corner, I think they just came together. I wouldn't actually put that one fully on court.
No.
If we just stay with the replay, I want to see those tires. He didn't. Yeah. One of the other things too with oval racing is you have to lock your brakes when you spin to stop your car rolling all over the track. And right there, he didn't do it, which was why we saw Daytona get into him, because he had basically figured out where he was going to be. And then, obviously, if you're not holding the brakes, you're going to end up in a completely different place. So a bit of inexperience there in terms of crashing, I guess. How to crash safely.
Yeah, well, yeah, how to crash safely, I guess, is a thing in oval racing, at least. Well, basically, the entire field has come down for a pit stop thanks to that caution. Marco Mogren coming out in the lead as before, and it looks to me like Dean Moll assuming second again as well. Further back down in the field, the Illusion Motorsport guys are taking their stops. Stratford has come away nicely. John King just coming out of his box now. And King's got a very big fight on his hands if he wants to get back up to the front of this field.
Michael Skurlock has been sat in his pit box for a very long time. There's no damage to his car. He wasn't involved in the wreck. Maybe... Jay...
Maybe a penalty.
He's been there too long for a penalty, I'd say. But Jay just behind the scenes piped up. Maybe it was a toilet break. He's got about 2 minutes to do it. I mean, there's time. If you live in a mansion, you're screwed.
He's away.
He's away. Hey, maybe it was.
Yeah. Little quick pit stop of a different kind, maybe. We'll have to find that out for sure later on.
Sorry, I'm just looking a message to those guys to see if they can tell me why Skurlock was there, whether they can confirm our suspicions.
Well, word just coming in from Jay, there is no lucky dog this time around. Cloet should have been the lucky dog, but it's not happening this time around. He was involved in the incident that brought out the caution, so that is why the lucky dog has not been applied.
Yeah, indeed. So, just trying to work out too, I think Alex Court might have used up all his available lives in saying that he's still on track, but his rear bumper is, well, there is none. And his front bumper, there is none. So the car's not even second hand. It's most of the car. I think he's probably already used the spare car race from that earlier incident, so Alex Court probably going to find himself having a very, very boring race from here on in.
Yeah, he's actually got negative front bumper at the moment, I reckon. The best hope for him is just that he can stay in touch with the pack, but with no bumper on his car to decrease the drag, he's going to have a lot of straight line speed deficit when we go green again. So Mogren, meanwhile, he's held station pretty nicely at the front of the field in this last couple of stints. And he'll probably be looking to do more of the same with his teammate Dean Moll. Kinetic, at least at the very front of the field, have had a quiet but successful race.
Yeah, that's what it's all about at Daytona sometimes. Just hang at the back, do your own thing, and then appear right there at the end, or just stay at the front, don't really change positions, and then...
Working on it, and we'll get pictures back to you as soon as possible, and it looks like we are there, so... Brief hiccup, but all good. We're going to get going in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, one of Jay's 48 computers was failed on there, unfortunately.
He's only got one left, he says, so... We have a lot of spare computers lost to crashes, apparently. The life of a sim broadcaster.
Yep, so it is. And hopefully we get a decent green flag stint in here, and if we do, it'll take us well and truly into the second half of this race.
And from then on, it'll only be a couple of fuel stints until the checkered flag flies. So, pace car will dive into the pits right about now. Marco Mogren controls the field once again as the green flag flies. Another good jump from Mogren. And it looks like the top line at quite a bit of a disadvantage coming off that start, but we'll see them come back.
Yeah, Dean Mole didn't quite gauge it. It can be extremely hard to gauge your restart when you're the first car on the outside, starting from second place. Sometimes you can't quite see when that leader goes, and I think Mole might have just had a bit of that there. Checked up that outside line, but they'll recover now with a big push from the 39. Dean Mole will claw his way back up almost alongside Marco Mogren. Matt Danson too, by the way, jumped down to the inside line. So I think that's almost the first time I've seen him down there today, with the exception of being the lead of the race.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting tactics here from Danson. Wonder what he's going to do coming up to the 10th or so lap of this stint, because we know that he's got a good amount of pace. He's behind Matt Muggleton right now. He's boxed in by Morton and Vassal, so not many places for him to go right now.
No, just got to hold station and hope that no one runs into trouble in your immediate vicinity. Sometimes you just have to get lucky at Daytona. Sometimes there's nothing that you can do if the guy in front of you or to your outside spins. I mean, if you avoid the crash, you're verging on Moses parting the seas to get through it. So you need a bit of luck, and most of these guys buried in this pack, hoping for some of that luck now, just praying that no one comes unstuck immediately in front of them, and if they do, that it's far ahead enough that they can get on the brakes, not get run over, get through the crash nice and smoothly.
Well, it looks like the, whoa, Danson, whoa! Okay, bit of contact there with Philip Morton down the back stretch. He's going to get back on to the track. That was quite a scary incident just then.
I didn't catch how that one started.
Morton went down to the inside on the exit of turn 2 and just made a slight bit of contact with Danson. But no harm, no foul. They've managed to reform into their positions. Alex Court there in the pits as the field continues racing by. I don't think we'll see much of Alex Court after this.
No, I don't think so. Good save, good hold there from Matt Danson. And got it back into the pack very nicely as well. Didn't come straight back up into the side of someone else. I think was cut a bit of slack from some of the guys you saw him coming back up to. And so we stay green. We avoid having the back-to-back cautions. The MFR cars now are starting to get themselves lined up pretty nicely. Wayne Taylor, Brett Girards, and right in front of Girards would be Danny Vassal too. So they're hooked up now. 3 cars, line astern on the outside. Just 2 cars in front of them before they're leading the outside line. Then they could make some things happen and potentially get 3 cars into the lead of the race here.
Yeah, MFR, it's been a slow burn from them, but they're keeping it nice and consistent. Update on Chris Owen, meanwhile. He's made his way back onto the lead lap and now fighting for 12th and 13th position with another of the MFR machines. Dwayne Burns also got a lap back under caution, so I believe he is only 1 lap down now.
This is the point in the race where you're most likely to see just a lull, because it's well past the start. Everyone's gotten over the initial just, butterflies and nerves heading into the race. It's way out from the finish. It's lap 96 of 200. We've already been racing for an hour and a half, so it's still over an hour to go till we get close to that finish. You start thinking about it. And this is the point in time where drivers might just want to settle in for that long haul and just make their way around this track nice and cleanly. Potentially start to single file it out.
Danson switching to the outside once again, so constantly looking for the next advantage to be gained. Update on track temperature, meanwhile, it's fallen down to 30 degrees Celsius, so there's all of the details. Wind has not changed all that much, but track temp cooling very steadily.
Now 6:15 in sim time, which, come to think of it, is only 15 minutes past local time for me. So almost this race being run to the conditions of the international region. Alex caught what he doing in the fence, just about avoids taking out the leaders.
Whoa.
Tried to get out of the way, and even from a lap down, almost causing a crash there.
He's having quite a bit of trouble with that machine at the moment. It has been repaired somewhat, but still carrying some very heavy damage and only able to reach 290 kilometers an hour max. So it's going to be running at the back for Cord if he decides to keep going.
Yeah, certainly. So Shane Bowen, that's a long pause. Shane Bowen's almost cleared Dean Moll too, so I wonder whether he does, if he'll go to that outside and try to take the lead away from Marco Mogherin, who coincidentally, so I hear, has won every single majors race that he's entered.
Yeah, that's pretty significant, isn't it? Actually, was it Mogherin that won the Tony Bettenhausen tribute?
Yes.
Milwaukee Mile and the Lotus 49? Yes, it was.
By a ridiculous margin.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, to be sure. And I think that was actually the first broadcast we ever did together as commentators, Ryan.
I think it was, and look how things are gone. Now calling the Daytona 500 together.
Moving on up in the world.
Kick Jay to the curb.
Yeah, that's it. Where I deserve to be, he says no. No, 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 no.
No, the curb's too generous.
Jesus. Okay. We're going there now, are we?
Jay just laughed.
Looks like I'm laughing too. Well, this battle for the lead, Mogherin maintaining the advantage on the inside. You're only really seeing the outside line being used by this front pack. Everyone else has gone single file now.
Yeah, so how far back is it? About 15 cars side by side.
Yeah,
and
last
then Robert
car
Walkley's,
yeah, it's Victor Folby
92.
in 14th.
Which makes sense, because if you are further back in the pack, there's no point running side by side. You're not going to gain anything other than a couple spots, which in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter at this stage of the race. As we have finally ticked over halfway, 1 hour 38 minutes of running to get here.
All right, that's it's actually a pretty good rate, all things considered, because I've commentated on Daytona 500s in the past that have been absolute caution fests, and they've actually run out to the time limit on one occasion. So it's refreshing to see that that the distance is being covered so rapidly.
Well, I think this race last year was the same. It was pretty quick in terms of the Daytona 500. It was pretty quick. There wasn't too many cautions. I think in the end it was about 5 or 6. I think most of those came in the latter half of the race.
Well, we've already had 3 cautions or 4?
4, I think.
4. Okay. I am my number section of my brain stops working occasionally, and I need a little bit of help. 4 cautions so far. At that rate, we'll probably expect another 4 at least in this second half.
Another thing to note, there is a speed cutoff. If you do have damage and you're trying to circulate, you can't just roll around and do 98-second lap times.
Correct.
You have to be doing a 53. That seems ridiculous. No, yeah, 53. That is right. A 53-second lap time or better to stay on track. Alex Court, a couple laps ago, only did a 54. So, got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, that was only his first flyer. His last lap, as you can see on screen, just under the 52-second bracket. So he's good for now. Just got to keep circulating, but he is well and truly on his own now. Very unfortunate for Alex Court. Looks like he's just come back into the pits, actually, so might be a retirement for Alex Court. It's a shame. He was certainly showing a good amount of aggression up the top. Who knows, if things had been different, he might have been fighting for the win for sure with these kinetic guys.
39 there, just through the tri-oval. Just got a little bit out of shape. And that is Harold Sadler. Opened up the inside for Danny Vassell to potentially have a look. Thought better of it, just lifted off, showing a bit of patience there. But Sadler just struggling through there, that time at least. See how he goes next time by.
Yeah, Stadler's had a good showing here so far. Actually, a name that I recognise from a very, very long time back. I think it was about 2010, 2011. I raced with him in a league on R-Factor, so that was a big blast from the past to see his name on the grid here. And he's running very well currently, fighting for that top 4. Just needs
Does it sound weird that 2010 is 10 years ago?
It does, and I don't like it at all. SimSpeed itself is 8 years old, so we are getting on a bit. Have to get out the walkers pretty soon.
Well, I think Jay's already on it.
This is the anti-Jay Kennedy 500, presented by the Major Series, apparently. Matt Muggleton running in 4th place, really starting to pressure the back of Shane Bowen at the front of this inside line. I'm impressed with Muggleton in this stint. He's had some very consistent form.
Yes, he has. Doing a good job just to maintain his place in this one. Philip Morton, too, has put himself up well and truly into this top 10 and in the picture for a potential race win as well, which is good. Something interesting to note, Dean Moll's pitted 3 times. That seems pretty normal, right?
Yeah.
Back in 18th, still on the lead lap, is Robert Northway. Have a guess how many times he's pitted, Reese?
6?
13.
Oh! Okay. Righto. Well, I have to say, he'd probably be thanking his lucky stars for the cautions, because, yeah, to still be running in 18th after 13 pit stops and we're only just past halfway, that's quite impressive.
It is indeed. I mean, he's on track for almost 30 stops in this race, which is phenomenal, really.
Yeah. Now there's a stat that I'd be interested to find out. What's the most amount of pit stops that a Daytona 500 winning car has taken?
In sim racing or real life?
Either or. It'd be an interesting thing to consider. Because we definitely know that in real life racing, the pit stops are just as crucial, if not more.
Weirdly enough, that's sort of an easy stat to find on the internet.
Yeah. You'd think it'd just be a quick Google away, but I guess people don't really keep track of stats like that, understandably.
I mean, I imagine the powerhouse, the NBCSN and Fox Sports have probably got that stat locked away, and locked away in the stat locker. But I'm sure on the internet, I found the pit stop data from the 2013 race.
Oh yes, do tell.
The winner was Danica Patrick.
Okie dokes.
5 pit stops.
5 pit stops. All right.
At the end, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. had 13 stops, finished on the lead lap, and Robert Northway is already on target for 13. He's well and truly past it.
Yeah, he's going to be coming into the pits at least twice more before the end of this one. It's beginning to look like the outside line really starting to lose it now, because Dean Moll is now level with Shane Bowen on most occasions.
I'm questioning whatever I just looked at, to be honest with you. Because I don't recall Patrick actually winning a Daytona 500.
Yeah, that doesn't strike me as a fact.
She definitely didn't.
Yeah.
Thanks, Google.
We appreciate you.
Throwing me under the bus almost as bad as I'm throwing Jay under the bus.
Track temp remains at 30 degrees Celsius from last time we checked, so it's almost about to drop below. We'll be well into the 20s, and the times will likely get a little bit faster. In terms of pace, the leaders are running 46.8 once again.
So I figured out why. Jimmy Johnson won that race, coincidentally.
Uh-huh.
The reason I thought it said she won is I'd brought up the actual pit stop data, and so she was at the top because she had 5 pit stops.
Oh. There we go.
Even that theory's wrong. Because there was 10 hours with 13 stops, he was at the bottom. Okay. Maybe because she started on pole. I'm going to give up on that and just say the most pit stops for a Daytona 500 winner is probably somewhere near 10, knowing how some of their races have gone.
Yeah, that seems fair. Oh, the sun's come back out.
I'll tell you who won't be coming back out. It'll be Alex Cord. He's definitely retired from this race now too, by the way, as is Scott Newton.
Yeah, very unfortunate run for Scott Newton, barely even making it to the halfway point of the race, and getting involved in that first caution. Big shame for him, because looking at the grid, well, he started down in 31st, but surely that would have been about 10 better by this point if he'd stayed.
Well, it certainly seems like we're getting that lull that I was saying could happen right in the middle of the race.
Mm-hmm.
No one's looking to advance their position right now. Who's that going slow? Will Leslie is dropping a lot of time there.
Yeah, just a bit of a poor run there onto the straight, and that's Dane Burns going for the pits. Got his lap back under the last caution, so he can basically get that done and get back out again. Turns out Burns was the only car that did not pit under the last caution, so we'll be getting back in sync on terms of strategy with everybody else. Mogren's still nice and stable in the lead. Shane Bowen not showing any aggression at all. Looks like everyone's content once again to keep their spot. Even Matt Danson, who has not advanced very fast since his incident with Philip Morton.
Fastest lap of the race goes to Michael Skurlock that time by 45.368. And Skurlock can currently be found all the way back in 23rd position behind the rest of his teammates in the race. So
That's the mother of all drafts.
They're starting to work their way closer and closer to this pack.
Well, we did say to look out for the Illusion guys at the back of the field, and this might be where they start making a little bit of forward momentum, so keep an eye on those guys.
Yes. Do you want a random stat about Daytona?
Gimme, gimme.
It's the 3rd largest single-lit outdoor sports facility.
Alrighto. Top 3. Very nice.
I don't know whether that's the world or America. Wikipedia's sort of failing me there. That's all it says.
I think the biggest lighting installation was the Yas Marina circuit at the time, at least.
Probably makes sense. The lights were installed in 1998, so they didn't have them for about 30 odd years. It was built in 1959.
Yep, Daytona's been around since the mid to late 50s. It's been quite a long-lived racing facility.
Now, what's the motto? The world race, the world center of racing. They try to. Oh. Sorry, I'm still watching those Illusion guys further back, and Robert Northway. I said they were coming with a head of steam. They certainly were down the back straight, and Robert Northway decided he wanted to move up and try to block Dave Douglas, and Douglas plowed his machine straight into the right rear. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that Northway didn't get turned as a result of that. But I think Dave just showing his displeasure at Northway for trying to get in the way of that little pack.
Northway's got some pretty rapid pace here in the draft. That's him passing Wayne Taylor for 15th position. And Northway really making the draft work here on the outside. He's just come up behind Chris Owen. And now this has brought the Illusion guys back into contention with the rest of the lead pack.
They're playing their strategy perfectly to the T. This is exactly what they wanted to do. They're pretty confident with the set they've got underneath their Virtual Motorsport machine. That ain't right. Virtual Motorsport Mentor machines. That's a tongue twister, that one. They're pretty confident with them. They spent a lot of time working on them.
Ooh,
and
there was a change up the front there.
Yeah.
Looks like Dean Mole has fallen back. He's moved to the inside, and now Matt Muggleton's taken up the head of the outside line. Robert Northway coming through on the outside with a huge rate of overspeed. Don't make it 3 wide into the turn, guys. Come on. Oh, that's very close there up the top.
Danson's coming to give him the push. Oh, no, gets turned. Around he goes.
Oh, that is another big one. Cars all over the tarmac on the entry to pit lane. Hold the brakes, hold the brakes. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I think we both saw that coming from a mile off, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We definitely did. That was very brave of Robert Northway, I have to say.
Kudos, he tried it.
He
and
did.
It wasn't his fault, the crash, in the end. I believe it was the man in the middle that triggered this one. Just drifted up into his left rear, the 39. Right there, gave him that tag.
Yeah, Harold Stadler in the 39 there.
And Danson copped a piece of it as well. I saw an MFR car, I think Danny Vassell. Yeah, the 92, that's not Vassell, that's Brett Gerards. That definitely got a big piece of it. And this is Victor Fellaby. Excuse me, the 92 is Victor Fellaby. That was Danny Vassell in front of him. And,
how would you be, man? That's
unfortunate.
Stuff like that happens so quickly, and in cars like these, you know, they're not the most maneuverable of race cars at the best of times. So once you've got something like that happening in front of you and you have almost no time to react, you're basically done. Here's a nice wide view of it. Round goes Northway. And the rest of them caught up in that as well. Had quite a few guys, though, who made it through that crash cleanly, so that's an advantage.
Yep. All of those guys at the back around, and including Illusion Motorsport, all made it through. Remember I said Northway was right there with Illusion Motorsport? He threw that block. Douglas gave him a massive push as a result. How the tides turned in just 3 laps. Northway involved in a big crash. Douglas has to live yet another day.
Yes, indeed, and that is quite the race coming out of the pits, but it looks like Mogren has come out in front. Mole just ahead of Bowen, ahead of Cameron Dance, who has made his way right up into the top 10 thanks to this pit stop right here.
He has, and this will be just a little bit more energized this restart. 80 laps to go, yes. But once you get past that halfway mark of the race, it's dragging. You know it's getting on to about 2 hours when I start to mess my words up. Can't even talk. The brain's not working, Reese.
I'm going to get to that point in about half an hour. Don't worry, you won't be alone for long.
If we do get another quick caution after this, we've got the what have we got lined up, Reese? The top 10 highlights.
Yeah, certainly, because an event that SimSpeed broadcast here at Daytona, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, making it into second place in the top 10. Fantastic racing in that series that we have been broadcasting on Saturday nights for this season. So you want to take a look at some top 10 highlights from all over iRacing, some of the best racing moments from the past couple of months. Stay tuned on our next break when we do go on it, because we'll have that video queued up for you.
Poor old Joe's got to do that again tonight. And he's not done when this broadcast is done.
Yeah, it's Saturdays are long nights for Mr. Kennedy.
You know what gets worse for him? In 2 weeks' time, he's got a double header of NIS and the Majors Series. 2 long races, back to back. On the 29th of February, in fact. That's the day I'm talking about. At midday for us, local time, he has NIS. That'll go for about 2 hours, maybe 3, depending on the event. Then he has the Majors Series. And then he has Porsche.
Jay is a busy boy.
Very, very busy indeed. Ah, damn it. I've just realised I've got 2 of those too.
Whoops. I've got one of them.
No, I'm looking forward to NIS. It's going to be a cracking series. Top split. Going to have some of the fastest drivers in the world on an oval on the iRacing Esports Network. Of course, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series is being broadcast. I think it's a select few races on NBC. All of them are being broadcast on iRacing's Facebook page and NASCAR's Facebook page and on YouTube as well, but not on the network. They're taking prime position on iRacing's main channel.
Yes, indeed. It's a huge series, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola series. Of course, just bringing on Coca-Cola as a title sponsor. Congratulations. $300,000 in prizes as well for that one. So keep an eye out for that when things get going over the course of the year. It's going to be a fun series. It's going to be Tuesday night over here in Australia. No, Tuesday night in America, sorry. Wednesday morning here in Australia. And that's starting next week, actually. So mark it in your calendar.
Got the 1 to go. Well, half a lap to go now. And thank you, MM Thunder in YouTube chat. All 6 playoff races will be on NBCSN live in America, which should not be underplayed. It's phenomenal that we've got iRacing on live television and pretty much prime time too. That time slot on NBCSN on a Tuesday night for them.
Yeah, exactly. It really shows how far sim racing has come. That we're able to see the best virtual drivers in the world battle it out on our television screens the same way we've always seen drivers who race physical cars for time immemorial. But I'm really pumped for that, and I'm pumped for this restart because the pace car is diving into the pits imminently, and the green flag will fly. It's a kinetic front row once again. I don't expect anything different from what we've seen in past restarts. A good start from Mogren. Mole falls back slightly, but business as usual.
Just wondering whether we're going to see some of the drivers that have been at the back make their way towards the front of the field. Found out too that Cameron Dance carrying a bit of damage on his car, so it's probably not as fast as it could possibly be, and that takes sense for his style machine. Still has his spare car up his sleeve, so potentially watch out for him. As with a head of steam, Daniel Stevens makes his move to the outside to try and push Dean Mole.
Oh no! There's another crash in the background. Cars around. We might see another caution, maybe.
Danson.
No. They've all actually managed to exit the racetrack. So there was a bit of a check-up behind them, but it looked like a couple of Illusion Motorsport guys involved in that. Chris Purnell coming off the worst.
I'm looking at Chris's car. I'm not seeing any new damage. It's still only the damage that he sustained in that pit entry where Jake Fox spun in front of himself and Douglas. So I'm just wondering whether he was an innocent bystander and all of that. Here he is. Here's up in front. Danson trying to split the middle. Or trying to take it. Oh! Wayne Taylor got all sorts of sideways right in front of Danson. It looks like Mick Boyce might have just about got into the back of Taylor as he was spinning. And I didn't quite catch how Purnell has ended up facing the wrong way. Should see it from this angle. This is odd, Reese. Wayne Taylor's machine takes a hard right. I think that must be some sort of hardware failure.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Nick Boyce got into the back of him. It looks like Purnell locked the brakes, which put him down to the grass.
Yeah, well, he kept it going with some forward momentum, so good car control from Purnell, but what really strikes me about that is how lucky Matt Danson was. I fully expected him to go around as well, but he managed to keep going. He's at a disadvantage now, but still got plenty of this race to go.
Just looking to see what Boyce and Purnell are doing, because obviously they got hurt massively. It appears to me like Boyce might be potentially trying to trail back to Purnell, who's all by himself, to keep him on the lead lap. Maybe they can work together, because there's not actually any new damage to Purnell's car, so he can probably drag Nick Boyce around and punch the air for him and take some of the air off the front of Boyce's machine, which won't be particularly handy right now.
No. Yeah, for sure. Jake Fox, meanwhile, running down on the inside and got, I believe that is Danson behind him. All these kinetic guys running together here, just behind.
Oh, at the front, and around they go!
Oh, yep, that is a yellow. That is a huge incident coming out of turns 3 and 4. A lot of drivers involved in that.
And it looks like another strange incident.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Muggleton got up into the wall. Modem simulation replay. That's weird. It looks like maybe maybe Muggleton had a hardware failure. Watch him coming into the turn, and then he just goes straight up into the wall and comes back down, taking a few cars with him. A couple of the MFR guys involved in that too.
There is something funky going on over at turn 3.
Yeah.
Because who was it at the very start of the race that we saw got loose at that same point on the track? And now we've seen, 2 and 2 laps go straight ahead basically through the corner. Check out Skerlock.
Wow.
The slide. He didn't touch anyone. He got that car completely sideways and did a fantastic job to miss this race. Take a look at this, on board. Sees the trouble in front of him right there. Remember I mentioned earlier, being on the inside means you can dive to the apron. Well, that's exactly what he did, and just Tokyo drifts it through the infield.
Wow. Very lucky there for Mr. Skurlock. Well, as we are now under caution and drivers are taking their pit stops, it's going to be another shuffled field. We're going to be back very, very soon here on the iRacing Esports Network. We're SimSpeed TV. This is the International Majors Daytona 500.
Assist to the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Ray Alfala into the outside wall.
He's gonna pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's gonna get them all done with. What amazing!
Lead to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is gonna touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save!
Looks at
Going to get close enough. It'll be decided amongst the 19 and the 90. Here's Everhart to the outside. Stanford holds the bottom, side by side, going for the win at Talladega. Contact, it's too close, and in a dead heat, Daniel Everhart wins by 0.0001 seconds to the 10,000. You gotta watch the slow motion because this is gonna be considered unofficial. Our scoring says 0.000.
And now Verstappen has got to get his best block out. As here comes Timo Caldermon moving to the high side. Try and get it on the team red line driver. Verstappen starts to squeeze on the inside. And now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron. Drag race to the line. It's so close to call. It is 1,000 to Max Verstappen. He wins it for Team Redline. Fantastic.
That team really putting in a fantastic innings, and look at that. Something a little bit special here, ladies and gentlemen, because of course the drivers agreed to do this before the start of this race. It will be a little bit of a parade lap here in memory of Martin Solari as part of that Williams Gym esports team. It's been a tough week for Williams Gym esports Solari, but this is a very good...
You're watching the Majors Daytona 500. Just come up to the end of the caution period. The green flag is flying. After the pit stops, Marco Mogren maintains the lead. But Shane Bowen has found his way up into second place. And Dean Moll still fighting to keep that top two for Kinetic Racing. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast with SimSpeed TV. I'm Reese Gardner. Joining me, Ryan Jones. And this has been a fantastic race so far, Ryan. We've seen a lot of strategies being employed, a lot of fun fights, and a few big crashes. And I'm already seeing Matt Muggleton drafting right up to the back of Chris Owen and Dean Moll. The fight is on at the front.
It is. I suspect Muggleton wants to get a move on here. He's locked on the bumper of the 34 there, Chris Owen, heading through turns 3 and 4. Finally got unhooked there, but that was a little bit... Oh, the 45! Oh. That was a little dodgy.
Just a bit.
7.45. It's Matt Stratford.
Yeah, he's had some ups and downs in this one so far. He's in a fresh car though, so he should be able to work his way back up if he plays his cards right. Have a look at the advantage that the top line has got here. There's a lot of people still in that top line coming down the back straight.
There is. The whole field, really. There's still in excess of 20 cars capable of winning this race. It's going to be a very hectic fight from here on in. 64 laps to go. They'll have to pit once, I think, if it goes green from here, which is a massive, massive if.
Yeah, exactly right. There's 66 laps to go in this race now, and that is, just over 2 fuel stints, or just bang on 2 fuel stints if you're running green. So, one thing to consider. The other is the cautions and the next big one, if/when it happens.
Oh, Muggleton.
Yeah, he's pushing it.
Yeah. You got to be very careful doing that. When you hit someone, if you're moving laterally, like left to right, when you hit them, you're going to send that force through through the back end of their car, and their car is going to react opposite. Well, it's going to react some way. My physics isn't great. But you can't hit someone while you're moving side to side because you will offload them spectacularly.
You absolutely will, especially at the speeds these guys are going at. The top guys topping out at about 310 kilometers an hour down the back straight.
310, is that all?
Well, look, I mean, if the front guys weren't backing off like they are wont to do in a long race, we might be seeing speeds of 320 or more if everyone was running completely flat out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the max is about somewhere around that 320 marker. And that is ridiculously quick. The F1 cars get to about that on most tracks. There's only some tracks that get around the 350 mark.
Yeah, not many places in the world you can get 300 kilometer an hour plus racing all the way around the track. Thank goodness for super speedways, huh?
Yes, Says all the panel beaters ever to exist.
There's going to be a lot of panel beaters getting a good payday after this race. Plenty of drivers involved in big crashes, having to take their spare cars. So it's been quite a race of attrition in some areas of the field, but the front has stayed pretty consistent. The one driver that has always been at the front is Dean Moll. Perhaps I'd reckon he's been the strongest driver in this race so far.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Moll's done a fantastic job up there. He's been at the front pretty much all the race long. I think he has been there all race long. I don't think he's actually been outside that top 5 in all 137 laps so far. And that Danson... Wait, how did Danson get back to P6 or P5?
That's a good question.
He was in 2 crashes in the last 2 cautions. And his car looks good. Danson is the other one. He's done a phenomenal job at coming from the back to the front every time he's run into issues. Wouldn't say he's run up there with Moll because of those issues he's had, but he's probably been the most successfully aggressive driver out there.
Yeah, because I guess the strength that Danson has is he hasn't just got aggression, he's got commitment as well. Because it takes a good amount of decision making now to fire one down the middle here at Daytona or try and skirt the outside by the wall. And Danson, when he has done that, he's managed to make it work pretty much every time. So I'd say that he's been the best racer in the field so far, but Dean Moll has been the strongest all up in terms of consistency. Marco Mogren, if he can hold on to this, might be in the running as well.
Keep up his 100% win ratio.
Yep.
You can see how the field suddenly goes from side by side to single file right at about halfway. Those guys are single file at the back. They're the guys still just biding their time, still being wise, which is pretty smart when you consider the fact there's still over a quarter of the race left.
Yeah, that's it. You don't want to get yourself into a position that's too risky too soon. That's something that we've been saying all broadcast. The guys at the back, particularly the Illusion guys, we've been observing them, keeping track of them throughout the race. They are some of the guys that will probably be looking to make some big vaults up the field in the final stint. They're just sitting behind that that double file running up the front. Nice and calm.
Yeah, and when they decide to go, they have 4 or 5 cars. That's enough to form a third lane by yourself and get enough momentum hooked up, especially when you're all teammates and know how each other race and whatnot and can communicate with each other. That's enough to get enough momentum to get that third lane going all the way to the front.
It's all about timing, though. All about timing, because I've said on many broadcasts, be it road or oval, if you want to make that daring pass, you want to try and do it on the last lap, and that counts, particularly for a track like Daytona, because if you go for the lead too early in the last lap, the other guys will just draft right by you. Oh, Philip Morton getting down below the apron briefly there. Having a couple of issues, probably.
I was just looking up a stat. Trying to find the stat. How many times the Daytona 500's been won on the final lap of the race. Because you would suspect it's probably somewhere up around half.
Yeah.
It always comes down to that final lap unless it's under caution.
Yeah, exactly right. All about the draft, all about using the draft effectively. All about some mover up to the top line. Who's that? That was Christopher Norton, currently running in position 8, deciding to move to the outside line. He's got Cameron Dance for company. Dance had a very good pit stop under the last caution, got his spare car. He's now running a fresh Camaro, this the reigning champion, and now pushing within that top 10. It's another big run from the outside, down the back straight, but once again, there's just not enough rubber up there, not enough momentum for them to keep that going. It's just a big stalemate throughout the field, at least at the front.
I found some stats.
Oh, yes?
27% of Daytona 500s have been won from the front row.
Only 27%.
72% have come from the top 10 starting position, which does highlight the advantages of being up front, being able to stay out of trouble. And this does surprise me, though, that only 0.8% has been won from the same position outside the top 20. Only 5 times has a driver won from outside the top 20, which does surprise me a bit, considering how often, I mean, how little it really means in qualifying.
Yeah, exactly. That is quite an interesting stat, but I guess it does back up the theory that that guys fighting in and around the top 10 are the ones who are most likely to come through for victory.
Wow. The most all-time lead changes, 74 in 2011.
Yeah, right.
How many have we had today? Probably about 10 or so.
Something like that. It would be something around that number, but
that's interesting. You know how the 2011 has the most all-time lead changes? 2011 also has the most all-time caution laps with 60.
Righto. 60 out of 200 laps. So yeah, basically, if we wanted to emulate that, we'd have to stay under caution from 6 laps ago all the way to the end.
And of course, we have a green-white checkered attempt here today as well, if we do need it. We have 3 attempts at it. 7 times has a Daytona 500 required an overtime attempt.
Well, it could certainly happen here with the kind of random nature of some of these incidents and hardware failures seeming to be the order of the day for a few competitors. We might just see something happen at the end that causes that.
Well, I found every stat except the one I want looking for.
Ah.
Interesting stats, at least.
That's always fun.
Oh, look at this. The 34 goes
Chris
to the middle,
Owen.
takes it 3 wide. What about the lead of the race? Says Chris Owen.
Yeah, right. Dean Mole is left high and dry all the way up the top. Look at the momentum he's losing versus these guys. He's going to have to find somewhere to slot back in. He's got no chance.
Unless someone gets up there and helps him. Don't know whether anyone wants to go up to that 3rd line though, because it's still plenty of time left in the race. Christopher Norton put the squeeze on him, and Mole had to get a bit cozy with the wall there.
Well, he's probably going to move down here. Yep, there he goes. And double file running resumes. So now it's Chris Owen who is the main challenger, the leader of the outside line. And look who's right behind him, Matt Danson.
All the MFR cars are pretty much lined up as well, coincidentally, right in front of Illusion Motorsport. So that's a hyper train waiting to happen if they both suddenly decide to go at the same moment, both those teams.
Oh, you see the Illusion guys moving up to the outside now. All 3 of them up on that upper line. Skurlock, Buist, and Purnell. He's done very well to keep himself in the running, especially considering he's been involved in a few crashes.
And he's still got a spare car up his sleeve too. Douglas just seems to content to stay back as well in amongst all this. He's back there with Mirko Dornak, so half of Illusion on the forward march. Top two cars are single file that moved to the inside to the middle for Chris Owen. Didn't work out in the long run. Look at Matthew Cloward at the back half of the top 10 there. Got a big run again. We've seen that not for the first time today.
Yep, 3 wide in the midfield, and that's Cloward just up into the wall. Matt Stratford and Matt Muggleton fighting with him there. Let's see what Muggleton does. Oh, he's got nowhere to go there. But then neither has Clote. There we go. Muggleton leaving a bit of space there for Clote to slot back in. Good to see.
This feels like a crash.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cars doing a lot of moving. As we come across the start-finish line of 50 to go, everyone's just starting to get a little bit antsy, trying to put themselves in the right spot now. As there's only going to be one more pit stop if we stay green, and you can't afford to lose the lead pack if that does happen.
You certainly cannot. Green flag pit stops, pitting early would be out of the question for a lot of these guys. It looks like the inside line definitely with a bigger advantage than it has had in the past. There's now 2 cars worth of a gap back to Chris Owen, who is, looks like, continually losing more and more time, because Philip Morton is now by him.
Indeed. The defending race winner too, should be mentioned, Jason Martin isn't here. He's the guy we often see winning these oval races. He hasn't run this one, so no one going back to back. Robert Northway is the guy who can go closest to that. He came second last year, and he's still in the lead lap. The guy that came third won't be winning it today. So I wonder whether Robert Northway will pick up from where Jason Martin left off, and the Northway can make a late charge to his old starting position, to his finishing position from last year.
Yes, indeed. It's a constant battle driving around a place like this. So many things to keep track of, so much happening around you, and it can all go wrong in a single split-second moment. It looks like things have calmed down just slightly from a lap or so ago, Ryan. We're back to double file running, and everyone's staying put.
Yep. Just found out too from Jay, it's almost 30 laps since the last pit stops occurred, so about 10 more laps. That's a bit generous. Maybe about 5 or so laps. Some didn't pit under the last caution too. It is actually right on the window. They might not be able to get home with a pit stop if they pit before lap 165.
Yeah, that's going to be the critical number. And if not that, then they'd be hoping for at least one more caution before the end to get them back on track. Oh, who's that going off under the apron? Harold Stadler. That was quite a big slide there for him through the tri-oval. Not quite sure what happened there. Oh.
Well, I did mention that Robert Northo is still in the lead lap and could get back up to second. He's just about going a lap down now, as the leaders catch both him and Matthias Magnussen here.
So that's going to be
Cloet.
Robert Northway hoping for the lucky dog, and yeah, that is a big run there from Cloet. Have a look at him go here. It's a huge run. How is he getting that with no help?
Oh, this is interesting because the inside are all backing up. They're all trying to save a bit of fuel. And so they're going very slowly, 300 kilometers an hour. And so Matthew Cloet up there, all by himself, is just able to drive around them. And if he drives tight enough to their doors, he gets a bit of their draft effect too.
Yeah, so Cloet's put himself in a good position here, at least for the time being. But the pit stops will be happening very, very soon, and everyone will want to get down to that inside line quick sharp. Have a look at Danson too. He's currently leading a train behind Clote. He's got Robert Northway for company as well as two of the Illusion boys.
Yes, Gerlock and Purnell. Those guys that want to get, all four of those want to get down to the inside. Even with the pit stop phase, of course, don't forget those Illusion guys pitted pretty much last, along with the was it the MFR cars? MFR cars pitted first, Illusion pitted last, basically. So we would expect to see the guys like Clote be the first ones to dive down.
Yeah, exactly right. But there's also potential here if the Illusion guys are saving enough fuel here in the draft. They might be able to eke it out to 165 and get home with one more green flag stop. It's difficult, but I think it's doable.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Northway needs to stop again. His pit stop count now is up to 19.
Oh god. Looks like Northway's strategy is to jump into the pits at every caution, at every opportunity, and just keep the car topped up with fuel, which is a pretty sound strategy, actually. It's it can mean that you are definitely in the running right at the end if everyone else is almost out of fuel.
The interesting thing is, if they pit here and try to stretch it to the end, and then we get one green light jacket attempt, and then a second, and then a third, someone's going to run out of fuel.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that the drivers are going to have to think about. But I think there's a few drivers out here who are basically screwed unless there's a caution.
It's a blunt way to put it, but yes, they are. I wouldn't hedge my bets on it staying green, though. I mean,
yeah,
it would take the longest green flag run of the race to come at the end of the race for us to get to the end without a caution intervention, which seems a bit backwards.
That it does. We'll be coming up to lap 160 next time by. And Mogren is on his 39th lap in this stint, which is pretty significant considering he hasn't really had a draft for most of it.
That would suggest you can make it to the end from here. But surely... He has been under a few cautions, though.
Yes.
Since he pitted. But still, going a long way. And he's been at the front, too, so he's using a lot of fuel.
Track temperature is now down to 28 degrees Celsius. Not much of a change in any of the other weather conditions thus far in this race. Still seeing round about the same times being done up the front, so things are still staying pretty consistent.
Will we see any takers this time to the pit lane with 40 laps to go? Mogren and Bowen comes with.
All right, so the top two making that jump and following them into the pits. If I can actually get myself into the pits. Moles, Stratford, and Bowen also joining them in the pits. So
Bowen and Owen.
Yes. Engines roaring in my ears. It's difficult to hear words occasionally. Well, Matthew Clote takes the lead, and there goes Marco Mogren out of the pits. Green flag stop for them. And now coming into the pits, Philip Morton. Everyone else staying out.
Well, Morton's going to find himself at a massive disadvantage here.
Yeah.
Unless he gets a caution.
It's probably what he's banking on. If he pits now and there's a caution, then he's all good to the end of the race. But these guys who are currently out on track, a caution can happen at any time. So everyone's just waiting with bated breath at the moment. I would fully expect these guys to come in at the end of this one. Be interesting to see what the illusion cars do. Will they follow Clote in?
No takers.
Not this time. So these guys definitely have a few more laps in the tank. Mogren coming out in position 20, completely alone on track, no help at all. And Philip Morton has just come out of the pits as well. The field has gone by him. So we'll have to wait and see for this. Have a look at Cameron Dance. Up on the top line there, he hasn't got much help himself, falling back a bit. And once again, no one going for the pits.
Of all the guys that have stayed out right now, they all pitted under the last caution, so they've all had the most fuel in their tank this whole run. They've also all been sitting way back in the pack, so they've been saving fuel as well. So this doesn't come as too much of a surprise. It's just a case of how long they can go here. Look at Dance.
Yeah, my goodness, he's got a huge run there past Robert Northway. Stratford, having just come out of the pits there in the midst of all of these guys.
And Dance almost caused a crash there.
Yeah.
As he came back down to that second line right in front of the 34 of Chris Owen. And this is a mix of cars that have and haven't pitted now in this little group, this big group. Bit messy now at the moment, actually.
Yeah, we're not going to get a real reading on how the race is going to play out until these guys decide to come in, which should happen in, I'd say, the next 5 to 10 laps, something like that. Oh.
So we'll probably see them come in another 2 laps.
Okay, Reese Gardner getting things wrong.
Something like that.
Well, there we go. Matt Clote's just come in. Danson is following him in as well.
Illusion all stay out, as does Cameron Dance. So these guys, I suspect Dance is probably going to try and work with Illusion Motorsport here.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I know that Illusion Motorsport aren't fond of Cameron Dance. So whether there's maybe a fake out, they try to make them think they're not pitting, they decide to come in late and see whether they try to hang them out to dry, because you certainly don't want to. You don't want to give. Oh, that was tight. You don't want to give Dance a chance to win the race. If you have an opportunity to put the reigning champion out of the contention without crashing him, you're going to do it. But Dance is going to do it all by himself by pitting on his own.
Right.
And getting a speed penalty as well, I would suggest.
Yeah, that looked a bit borderline. A couple of cars following him in as well. Robert Northway being one of them. Interesting to note between Matt Danson and Matthew Clote. Danson has actually jumped Clote in the stops. He now holds a very sizable gap over him.
So, pit window to make it home if we stay green is open now. So, all of the Illusion Motorsport, Virtual Motorsport, and Mentor machines sitting in the top 5. All within 5 of them in the top 6, all diving down into pit lane, followed by the rest of the field, all looking to be in the box seat here. Played their strategy beautifully and got all of their cars slowed down. No one overshooting their pit entry lane there, as Cameron Dance is still in pit lane with a speeding penalty. He hasn't left.
Yeah, that's a big shame there for Cameron. Well, he doesn't have much time. Oh no, Chris Purnell has overshot his pit box and he's had to make a readjustment, lost some valuable seconds there.
Well, yeah, he lost a lot of time there. That's going to really hurt him.
Well, we're
He's
looking
gonna
at the last two cars not to pit right now. The 11 and the 6. One of them, both of them kinetic. One of them by the name of Will Leslie, and they are going on in. John King with him there. And these guys were way back in the pack for the most part. They will be the best on fuel coming home, but the Illusion Motorsports guys are going to have the real advantage here. This is going to be close.
As Shane Bowen's going to make that huge run around the outside of all of the fitters. Robert Northway and Matt Danson will go almost to the lead. If Douglas, Skurlock and Boyce get formed up quick enough, they could throw a block here, but they won't do it. Danson then should take this lead away.
Now that is a run. Have a look at that.
Where did Purnell come out of all this after his tardy stop?
Purnell is a fair bit back in the pack, 19th position right now. He's behind the pack involving Owen, Stratford, Stadler, and Ben.
And that pack itself is a long way off the main leaders too, so all of those guys need a caution to put themselves back in contention, as this front pack is going to get really heated now with the final stint of the race. And Dean Moll is still in the picture. Marco Mogarin is just off the back of it, so he's still in there. The Illusion boys have suddenly propped up right when they needed to. Matt Clowett managed to find himself in a good spot right in the closing stint. Daniel Stevens and Brett Girard, the two other MFR cars that have been just hanging around all day, are just about a second and a half off the back of this lead pack.
And they're sitting pretty on their little twosome. They seem to be getting into a nice rhythm here. They might do a bit of swapping, a bit of bump drafting, come right up to the back of this. Oh, going 3 wide is Dean Moll, trying to make his way past Robert Northway here. This is a very tight pack now.
Goes from the front to the back of that drafting train. Danson still leads them, but Shane Bowen here, just sitting on the outside, will get he'll get some help from Dean Moll. Oh, I've just seen too pop up on my screen that Michael Skurlock, he's been dropped out of the race. His internet's failed him.
Oh,
come on.
That's a big shame there for Skurlock. He was running a lap down in 25th position at the time.
I think that might have been a lap down due to being dropped out.
Ah, yes. He is now 2 laps down, is Michael Skurlock.
How did Dornack end up a lap down?
I think that might have been one of the crashes. In a 45-second pit stop, he sped in pit lane. So that is the reason why Dornack is all the way back there.
A lot of very good drivers hurt themselves in that pit stop phase, including Cameron Dance, who's about to go a lap down as well after his speeding penalty.
Yeah, he's about to be caught by the leaders. Pack's bearing down on him here.
2 seconds slower a lap.
Yeah, that's no good at all.
What you can't see from that onboard with Danson is the pack closing up dramatically right behind him and all of them trying to find a way around him. It looks so calm looking at his front windshield, but out the back, he's got a lot of defending to do to get cut to come home with this one.
Yeah, the best thing Dance can hope for is a caution right now, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to happen.
First car lap down is Robert Northway. Northway's in this lead pack of cars, so when he gets overtaken here, he needs to sort into this group. Otherwise, he won't even get the lucky dog. It's going to become a race for the lucky dog spot between himself, Northway, Dornack. All those 3 drivers, only drivers are lap down actually now.
So there we go. Oh, Dance just making a slight bit of contact with the wall, but the pack goes on by, and Northway would have made his way past Dance in the process of that as well. So Not the best position for Dance to be in with one green flag stint to go. Doesn't stop him from making it 3 wide in turn 1.
This is just about where Nick Boyce and Dave Douglas want to be. They've got no one to their outside. If Douglas can generate a run, Boyce will want to jump up to the high side. Douglas will go with him and shove him through into the lead of the race. As so long as that 051 of Matt Muggleton doesn't play spoiler in that little plan, because he's just jumped up in front of Shane Bowen.
Yes, and getting a good rate of knots down the front stretch and through the tri-oval too. That's a big pack of cars there on the outside now.
Oh, those guys that were off the back, they found their way back in. The guys like Jonathan Bain, Matt Stratford, Chris Purnell, they've all found their way into this lead group of cars. And very suddenly it's gone from about 7 or 8 cars to everyone on the lead lap can win this race. There's a few cars 20 seconds back. Dwayne Burns, Jake Fox, Danny Vassell. Oh, is that a spinner? No, he saved it.
This is almost some proper 3-wide running. The MFR cars, you can see they're trying to run as high as they possibly can, but they're getting a little bit boxed in by Bowen when they draft up to him. So a bit of a problem there for Clote. He's going to try and do it again. 25 laps to go.
Oh, Bowen's not giving it much room up there, is he?
No, none at all. Not much of a run for Clote with no one to draft. So he's going to have to remain here for now. Dean Moll.
The run that Stevens has got on that outside as well is going to come right up to the bumper of Matthew Clerk. The teammates will hook up there. Should also note that Brett Girards has an opportunity to go to that outside line if he wants to help his teammates. And Matt Stratford is also in a pretty good spot too. All these NFR cars could get themselves hooked up very easily here. And that would be trouble for the rest of the field.
It absolutely would. They're still trying to make it 3 wide though. You can see that Clote is very comfortable with that clear air in front of him. He'd be thinking about the engine temp. Oh, but he's not quite sure what Northway's going to do. Oh, no! So, oh, wow. How did he hold on to that?
They're 3 wide now for the lead of the race.
Oh, no.
Boyce on the inside. Muggleton in the middle. Cluett on the outside. And Muggleton! Oh,
wow.
Reese.
Oh, there we go! Oh, that wasn't quite as big as I thought it would be. But Clote still managing to keep some forward momentum and no caution.
Dance and Stevens, the other 2 drivers, to lose a lot of momentum in that one. And Dance will probably get a penalty because he ended up in the pit lane getting out of control down in the infield too. So his day goes from bad to worse. Suddenly up front, it's Mick Boyce and Dave Douglas, Shane Bowen, Christopher Norton, Matt Muggleton.
Well, modem simulation replay. Let's have another look at what just happened. Very big slide there. We'll have a look at what happened to Danson first. So this is on board with Robert Northway. Oh, and you can see that Clote just gets a bit crossed up there on the outside, bounces off the wall, bounces off his teammate, and instilled the chain reaction.
Just having. So this is Danson too. I suspect contact.
Oh, yeah. Little
Boyce
bit of
hooked his right rear. He hooked his right rear and it was the overcorrection that sent him down there. I think he's actually still good to go in this one. Back in 15th place. He's 5 seconds off though.
You saw just how minute that contact was there. But luckily for Danson, he's still going. He's down in 15th or so now. But he still has a chance to keep going. So Shane Bowen versus Mick Boost for the lead of this one. looks like Matt Muggleton is very eager to try and stake a claim for the top line here.
He's thinking about 3 wide, but is he going to have any help if he does it? As soon as he unhooked himself from Shane Bowen, Douglas gave a huge push to the back of Nick Boyce. And he clears everyone by a big margin, and that might not be a good thing, because he's going to get run down here like a freight train as Bowen will get back to his outside. And interesting to note, Purnell's pushing the outside line. His teammates are on the inside line.
Yeah, that is interesting to see. Well, Purnell might just be taking a bit of an observational role here, just letting his teammates know what's going on the top line, because they can't really see what's going on from their position.
No, they can't. Maybe trying to advance his position so he can get down or get alongside and maybe try to get in ahead of Norton behind Douglas, and then they can all 3 of them be hooked up. And now that would be that would put them in the box seat if they manage to get themselves, all 3 of them, lined up on the inside line.
Indeed. Wayne Taylor going a lap down. You're supposed to go up to the top, Wayne. You're supposed to go up to the top, Wayne. Okay. Okay, there we go.
And
They're
he's caused
around.
the crash.
Yellow flag is out.
That is just... I mean, that's unacceptable, to be honest with you.
It's pretty clear in the rules. If you're a second back to the leaders, you have to go to the top. Taylor's stuck right to the inside there.
Yep. I think he's going to cop a penalty for that one. And there's no doubt about that. And a lot of drivers are going to be very disappointed with him. Obviously, we're both disappointed with him too, as you can probably hear. But it's, I mean... And then he comes down and hits that car while that car is trying to pass on the apron. I didn't catch who it was, but... I mean, he's taken... it's resulted in a lot of cars being torn up there. I think 3 or 4. Some of which might not have a spare car to go to. Plus, they've lost that track position, even regardless now.
Yeah, the car that Taylor made contact with on the apron was Christopher Norton. So, now we're under caution for what may very well be the final time. And what this basically means for people like Danson, for people like Dean Moll, they're basically good to the end on fuel now.
Yeah, all these guys will be good on fuel. All the Illusion guys and all the guys that put it on at the very end, will be very good on fuel. The guys that put it extremely early, maybe not. Just having a look at Chris Purnell's car here. So I believe he was involved in that incident after Wayne Taylor happened, and I don't think he's ever taken his spare car, because he's still got exactly the same damage on his front right that he's been carrying ever since that first green flag stop. His right rear is now torn up as well, so I think Purnell might get lucky here, come down, get a spare car. The one thing to note, Reese, is do you pit and get fuel in case there's going to be multiple green light jacket attempts?
Well, it looks like some people are trying, and Purnell is going to commit to the pits. There are a couple of fake-outs there. Yeah, he has to at this stage. Too much damage to continue under green. He's joined in the pits by Chris Owen, among others.
Could be a blessing in disguise if we get 3 green light jackets. He might be the only one with enough fuel in the car. He's missed his pit box again, though.
Yeah, well, that's no good for Mr. Purnell. Matt Stratford, along with a couple of the Kinetic guys as well, making their way in. Dean Moll, actually, with a smoking engine. He was involved in, I think he might have been involved in the crash that Taylor caused. He's got his spare car, though, and is all nice and repaired. So that's a good strat from Moll there, saving his spare car to the last possible moment.
I mean, if we were to get 3 green light jacket attempts, this is I mean, if you got to like turn 3 on the first one, that's 3/4 of a lap. If you get to turn 1 for the next one, that's a lap in total. And then the 3rd green light jacket attempt, assuming it goes green, that's 2 more laps. That's 3 laps extra on fuel. And on a track where you're full throttle for 2.5 miles, it's actually quite a bit.
Yeah, it is. Rate of fuel usage quite high here. And I guess the guys that pitted the earliest in that final stint will be hoping to, whatever deity may be out there, that a green-white checkered does not happen. Because, like you said, if it does, then they got nowhere to go.
Yeah, exactly. And this is gonna be a very, very interesting finish.
Certainly is. And we'll be bringing you that finish very, very soon. But we'll go on one final commercial break here on the iRacing Esports Network. We're SimSpeed TV. This is the international division of the major series, the Daytona 500.
He hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
Gonna pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's gonna get them all done with. What amazing!
Racely to the inside goes Logan Clapman is gonna touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save!
Look to the outside as Cronkite goes off. De Jong into second place.
I'm going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
I tried, there's contact though.
Slide left to the racetrack. Chris Benner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cutback here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
It's the Daytona 500, supporting the Cancer Society of New Zealand. The international division of the Majors Series has been an incredibly competitive and chaotic division in this biggest of sim racing leagues, the ultimate test of versatility. Different car and track combo almost every time in this series. All attempting to emulate the great Mario Andretti, who was one of the most versatile racing drivers in history. We have one lap to green. The field are forming up one final time. And then, hopefully, Ryan Jones, we can get ourselves a green run to the finish.
Hopefully. I don't know. So this is going to be interesting here. There's no teammates lined up. Bowen's on the inside of Mergleton. They're not teammates. Illusion teammates are side by side on the second row. Brett Gerard's hasn't got any of his teammates anywhere near him. And then the Kinetic boys are lined up in 9th and 8th. So they're diagonally across from each other. So they're not lined up either.
This is going to be hard for teammates, because we've noticed that the double file formation has maintained itself for pretty much an entire green flag stint. So if these guys want to get down to the inside, they'll have to do it quick, sharp, or look for the next available opportunity, which may not come.
No, certainly, and well, I don't know. I honestly don't know whether we're going to make it to the white flag on this attempt. We got 14 laps to get there. A lot can happen in 14 laps.
Well, the pace car will come in. The green flag will fly. And it's going to be Shane Bowen leading the way. But have a look at the jump. A very, very slight jump from Matt Muggleton, but he did not gain the position. So he's still good. Only just. Now the battle begins once again.
A very good push from Douglas, and that's allowed Boyce down to the inside. And now that those two teammates are hooked up together, and Matt Danson as well, we know how aggressive he's been on restarts. What's he going to do now? Late in the race, can he be as aggressive? Will other drivers let him do it? And Matt Muggleton losing a bit of ground now down this back straight.
Yeah, just a bit. He's got Harold Stadler for company. Oh, there's a crash in the background. Looks like Cameron Dance was involved in that. Philip Morton as well. And Chris Purnell, who just got in his spare car. It is now destroyed.
They were 4 wide heading down the back straight. That's how that one started.
Righto, as you do. That's, but it's, oh, here we go. Yellow. Looks like the caution has come out.
I would imagine so for 5 cars down there.
Yes.
Yes.
That would make sense.
Take a look at this. They were 4 wide heading down the back straight. And then I think Dance and Vassal just edged each other up towards the fence. Purnell had nowhere to go. And that will end the day of Dance and Purnell for sure, because we know both of them have used their spare cars already.
Yeah. Huge shame for both of them, because Dance, one of the most competitive guys in the field, and Purnell, which you just see there getting collected, or collecting Danny Vassal. He was definitely on for a top 5 with his Illusion teammates before that happened.
Team manager of Illusion, at least a consolation he can take in being taken out, as he's got 2 drivers in the top 4 positions. Muggleton just picked 3 when the caution came out.
Well, it's going to be a good view then for Chris Purnell in these final laps of the race. When we go back to green, we should have pretty much bang on 10 laps to go. So this is a top 3 that we were not quite expecting at the start of this race. It was all kinetic for the majority portion of this Daytona 500, but now we got Shane Bowen in first, we got Dave Douglas in second, and Matt Muggleton running in 3rd place. Bit of a mix-up from where we started.
Just a little bit. Daniel Stevens getting the lucky dog. And will that put him back on the lead lap? Where is he? No, he's going to be 1 lap down now. So he gets one of his 2. There's 20 drivers on the lead lap. Danny Vassal, the last of them, but he's sat in pit lane. Morton and Purnell and other 2 drivers that were involved in the crash are on the lead lap. Stratford, I think Stratford's the last good car on the lead lap. He's 17th right now.
And Philip Morton's car is looking decidedly worse for wear there. No front bumper to speak of, but at least he's got a lot of cooling going into that engine now.
Yeah, 7:42 sim time. Track temps down to 27 degrees. Don't need much cool anymore. We're getting towards sunset here. Just about going to avoid going under the lights. I mean, we've still got an hour left of the allocated time, so I mean, it's a possibility if we get caution after caution after caution from here on out.
Well, yeah, what's that? It's it would probably be like a maximum of say 2 or 3 more cautions, and then the green-white checkered with 10 laps left.
Yeah, and all the cautions are about 5 minutes in length. You get in there, 5, 10, 15, 20, half an hour from under caution. Hopefully we get green from here. We want to see a grandstand, 3 wide finish, 3 wide photo finish at the line.
That's
could
the
you
dream.
imagine?
That's the dream.
iRacing top 10.
Yeah, iRacing top 10 for sure. Hopefully we get a moment, eh? So Purnell and Morton both back out on track now, missing their rear bumpers. And from this point, I guess Purnell, he's still in the top 20. It is worth it staying out for those final 10 laps.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the crabbing's pretty bad. He's going straight back into the pits.
I don't know if he could make it to the end of the
Yeah.
race. It's round 2. But for someone like Chris, who's gunning for a championship, you do have to make sure you don't give up valuable points. If you can come home in the top 20, just crawl around at 53 seconds a lap, you never know how close it might be come the end of the season.
Exactly right. This is a long championship. goes across pretty much the whole year. So there's always a chance to get yourself back up in the points, but one bad round can really set you back. But I guess it's better for it to happen at the start of the season than at the very end.
Yeah, exactly. You sort of forget at the start of the by the time the end comes, what happened at the start. You if you get taken out at the end of a season and you lose a championship by a couple points, you'll dwell over it for so much. But if you were taken out at the start of the season, you're kind of going to forget that come the end.
Yeah, you surely will.
And I've just realised that Douglas and Voiced are lined up perfectly, 2nd and 4th. Where are the Kinetic guys?
The Kinetic guys are pretty far down now. First one, actually, is Will Leslie in 10th place, followed by Jake Fox. Oh, King is in 7th. My apologies. I completely blanked on that. Told you it wouldn't be long before I started making those mistakes, Ryan.
You made it. You almost made it to the end of the race.
Yes, almost. So 7th, 10th, 11th, and 14th for the Kinetic guys at the end of this one. I guess the Kinetic guys will be disappointed with how this race has gone for them, but such is Daytona. Oftentimes, the race result is completely turned on its head in the last quarter.
Yep. And I don't think we're done with the twists and the turns just yet. It's going to be 9 to go when we come to the finish line. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. So we've got Shane Bowen on the inside in position 1. We've got a double. Whoa.
Ooh.
The green flag. There we go. Douglas might get in a bit of trouble for that jump.
I think he'll be fine because he wasn't ahead at the start-finish line. And look at Danson on the outside, trying to get that third lane going. He's got the number 11, just trailing and Will Leslie too. But look at Muggleton, how much he's pushing Shane Bowen. Locks bumpers and goes to the outside.
Well, there we go. So the Illusion Motorsport guys have been blocked here, but there is potential. There goes Dave Douglas pushing Matt Muggleton. Oh, almost a slight bit of contact. Muggleton almost getting sideways, but he is now assuming the lead of this one. Have a look at the run on the outside. Harold Stadler having a bit of a look there on Shane Bowen. The Illusion guys. Oh, there we go.
Oh!
There's another crash. Yellow flag is out. Look like some MFR cars involved in that. Brett Gerardt's going for a big adventure. And the likes of Matt Stratford as well involved in that one. So another caution then. Stratford and Dortonac were the ones that came together in this one. So I'll have to take a look at how things worked out between them. There's Dortonac moving up to the outside. And Stratford trying to go 3 wide, but down comes Dortonac.
I don't know, actually. Maybe
I'm not sure how to call
we
that.
can tell. But I think from, a different angle, we might tell a different story. It looked like Stratford came up. And this one should definitely tell us from the shop again. So Dortonac's on the inside, goes to the outside. And then Stratford gets caught between the inside and outside, decides, I'm going to go to the middle. And then, I think...
Just slightly.
Yeah, I don't really think you can blame him for that. They just sort of came together. He definitely moved up just a little bit, but into the tri-oval, the outside line does naturally come down the track a little bit, so it's just an unfortunate coming together, I think.
Yeah, certainly is, but... So, an unfortunate end there for a lot of the MFR guys. They'll have to deal with midfield finishes after running near the top all race long.
The sportsman split has been run, and won as well already. So those guys have finished off. And that was actually won by Stephen Williams of Illusion Motorsport. So they will be trying to sweep the International 500.
Okie dokes. That's a good start there for Illusion. Congratulations to Stephen Williams for winning the Sportsman Split. But up here in the Pro Split, things still have yet to be decided. Dave Douglas and Mick Buist, they seem the best placed in terms of teammates, but Matt Muggleton is a bit of a wild card here.
Certainly is. Oh, he's still got 2 laps to go under this green, under this caution.
It's another lucky dog for Daniel Stevens.
Yeah. So 96 one to go. 197 they'll restart on to. So it'll be a 4-lap dash to the end. 3 laps for another caution to come out. Otherwise, we'll get that white flag and we will bring them back to the checkers, eh?
Indeed we shall. And with this lucky dog, Daniel Stevens is going to be back on the lead lap. So he has one last-ditch effort to try and get himself up into the top 10. Currently sits in 18th. So next time they cross the line, it will be 5 laps to go. The lights will go out on the pace car. And looking back on this race, it's had a little bit of everything, hasn't it?
Yeah, just about. It's been pretty wild, this one. Been some great racing, been some questionable driving, but it's been a really fun race to.
Yeah, and what I love about these last few laps of the Daytona 500 is that you never quite know who's going to come out on top, because it all comes down to that flat-out drafting to the line. I get the feeling that in these last few laps, it's going to be a big charge from Mick Buist.
You should really find out whether it's Buist or Boist.
Yeah, my pronunciation of his name changes every time I say it. I do apologize, Mick, if you're listening.
Even I don't know what it is. I've just been rolling with Boist. He's never corrected me on it, so
Who knows? We might get a message shortly after we conclude.
That's not my name. That's not how you say it.
Yeah, actually, a SimSpeed story, as it were. Justin Ruggia, he's been a friend of SimSpeed for a long time, but for 5 years straight, we mispronounced his name as Ruggia. So that was that would have been slightly embarrassing, but you know, people take it in good spirit most of the time.
Yeah.
His words were he didn't care as long as he was being called the winner. So, good on you, Justin. The best of luck in your real-life racing career as well. He's certainly been around the block a few times, has Justin Ruggia. So 1 to green. This is where the visors come back down, the gloves get put back on, and we go for one final dash to the finish.
It'll be 3 laps, in fact.
Oh yeah, it shall be.
Not much time at all. This is going to be absolutely hectic. They're going to send it 3 wide. I have almost no doubt about it.
Well, we take a look at Matt Muggleton there in the 051. He's emerged as one of the top contenders in this race. And I expect a huge push from him on that outside line. Giving a couple of tests of putting the power down too.
And the Illusion boys lined up, first and third. Douglas will tell Boyce when he's going to go, and they will go in tandem, and they will get a very good start, provided they don't screw it up. And so that will potentially allow Muggleton and Bowen to dive down to the inside line, right in front of Danson. It could make the top four single file each other out just momentarily off this start, if they do this correctly.
Well, we will have to wait and see. Fields coming through turn 3 for what is hopefully the final time at this level of pace. Douglas versus Muggleton on the front row. Muggleton will not be able to get a jump on him. If he does, he will get penalised. The green flag goes, and the boys are away. A very consistent start between the top two there.
Yeah, very good for Muggleton, but now here comes Boyce. He's going to give that huge shot to the back of his teammate, Dave Douglas, through 1 and 2, and Shane Bowen now is coming to give Muggleton a helping hand. Look at the run the 11 of Will Leslie's got on the inside too. Do any of these guys want to make some moves?
Oh, here
Matt
comes Danson.
does.
He certainly does, right up to the front of that top line. So Danson has been, Muggleton has been balked. Oh, you see Mick Boyce just staying a lane up from the inside. Don't come down here, mate. This is illusion territory. But have a look at the run from Matt Danson coming onto the tri-oval. He will cross the line in the lead of this race with only 2 laps left.
And he's just going to clear the inside too. And will he go down there? He's not going to. I think he's trying to drag Matt Muggleton with him.
Yeah, well,
I don't know whether he should have set up.
If he has a car
the
between
outside's
Douglas.
The outside's been, oh no! Oh, Bowen!
Bowen? Where did he come from? And have a look who's following him here, or trying to
Oh,
anyway. John King, oh no!
there we go.
There we go! That's going to be a caution. This is going to be a green-white checkered.
Oh boy.
Oh,
One more time around, eh?
Yep. Yepperoonie. What a big shame there for Matt Muggleton, though. That was all due to the contact between John King. We'll just have a look here a bit further back to see how Bowen got the run he did. So a brilliant draft set up on the outside line on Muggleton, and then once they get onto the back straight, the waters of the Red Sea part, and he goes on through. Matt Danson switching down to the inside line just in time there. And yeah, it looks like some tech issues for John King. Unfortunately, resulting in contact with Danson and many other cars involved besides.
I'm a little tense at the moment, Reese.
Me too. Me too.
I mean, as much as we as commentators have to be neutral, right? You can't help but feel a little bit nervous for your teammates when they're in the top 2 spots.
Yes, this is very true. I've had that experience myself once or twice. It's I cannot imagine how you must be feeling at the moment.
It's a struggle. Let's get mine occupied. I've got the full results here from the Sportsman split, if you want to hear them.
Mm-hmm.
So, Stephen Williams, as mentioned, he took the win by, I don't know what happened, but he won by 22 seconds.
Wow.
Mitchell Bales came home second. Matt Andrews was third. The 4th and final car on the lead lap was Matt Hunter.
How many cautions did they have?
Well, evidently less than us, because they finished well before us. 5th place was Chris Branson. Roy Clark came 6th. Ashton Hurley, Gavin Barber, N.A. McCall, and Phil Otto rounded out the top 10. The field was rounded out. It was a 16-car field by Craig Hawkins, Tristan Callahan, Martin Houston, Bradley Matheson, Ryan DiCardio McCarthy, and Brad Cox. I don't know what happened, for a 20-second victory at Daytona.
Yeah, something horrific must have happened out on track. And they must have all managed to get off the track before the caution came out in by some incredible twist of fate. So a lucky dog for Matt Stratford. He's still 1 lap down though after this, so he won't be able to advance. Matt Muggleton is in the pits and out of the car, so looks like it might be a retirement for him. A retirement confirmed for Cameron Dance as well. He has left the server. So a lot of excellent drivers that really should have been in the running to win this one, unfortunately put by the wayside.
Yep. And just found out. The reason for the 22-second victory, it was a fuel run at the end, what we thought we might be getting today, until the yellow flag started piling up. They all ran out of fuel pretty much on the last lap. Matt Hunter finished a minute adrift after running out from the second spot on the last lap. And the leaders ran out as they came across that line. So that explains that one. It would have been about as exciting as this, just in a completely different atmosphere.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've still got to think about the fuel situation for a few of these guys in this field too. Because Bowen pitted 40 laps ago. So he is actually probably the worst placed coming into this green-white checker.
Yep. Matt Danson here, I don't know whether he's in a good spot. Yeah. We know how good he is at passing people, but he's going to be restarting from the lead of the race. He can do nothing but defend. He's got no one to overtake, and he's got no one that's going to help him. Nick Boyce and Dave Douglas are going to do everything except help him. And Nick Boyce has got a little bit of damage to his front right. I don't think it's too bad. I'm just having a look. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think he'll be fine tucked up in the giraffe with someone.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he certainly will.
I worry here for Danson. John King and Will Leslie are going to restart 5th and 6th too, so those Kinetic guys can get themselves hooked up. Dean Mold from 7th. So suddenly, 3 Kinetic cars are going to be lining up 5th, 6th, and 7th. They could bank a play here right at the end.
They absolutely could, but with only 2 laps worth of racing before the checkered flag flies, they're going to have a tough one for sure. In fact, only 1 lap of racing. I'm sorry. We're still going green. We're still going under caution for 1 more lap. I need caffeine, man. My goodness.
I need this race to go green. I can't stand it.
Yeah. Need to get the adrenaline pumping, otherwise all my systems shut down.
I don't know if I can take another 2 green-white juggernaut attempts.
I definitely couldn't.
Remember, if we make it to the white flag, if the leader gets to the white flag, we will come back to the start-finish line under racing conditions, no matter what happens. We saw that in the clash for the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series. That incredible victory for Gorlinski.
Yeah, for sure. There's great potential for an upset here, and I'll have to correct myself again. We do have 2 laps worth of racing after this.
Yeah.
I just flip-flop, and I'm wrong every time. So, 1 more banked turn to go until the throttle goes down for the final time. Hopefully, the final time. There's a lot of very hungry, very angry drivers in this field, all wanting a shot at that top spot. I mean, it's one thing to finish on the podium at a Daytona 500, but to win one is just an honor far above and beyond that. Pace car is in. And here we go. Matt Danson controlling the field off the green flag. Away he goes. It's an even start between himself and Dave Douglas. Douglas just behind at the line.
It's incredibly even. Bowen's going to be the first person to get to the to the line leader, and he's going to push Danson well clear of Dave Douglas here. And in fact, the number 6 of John King is going to come up into 4th place as well. Boyce seems to be struggling. I think that damage is hurting him here, because he can't get up to the back of Douglas. Finally, he gets there with the help from Will Leslie.
And the bump draft begins. There's the run from the Illusion guys coming into turn 3.
No one is lifting now. This is not the moment to lift. They're all flat out. 39!
No. Oh, is he going to keep going? Staying green. Staying green. Thank goodness.
And
White
Douglas
flag.
takes the lead.
Right at the final hurdle, Dave Douglas has the position. But Matt Danson with the advantage on the inside through the turns. He manages to pull ahead by a car length. The Illusion guys are really losing out on that top line through the turns. Can they come back at him? On the back straight. Danson is getting pushed by Bowen. Douglas being pushed by Boyce. The top 6 all together coming through the final turn for the Daytona 500. It looks like it is going to be Danson. Oh, there we go! Right at the end, a crash behind Danson as he takes victory. Oh,
Mick Boyce takes second.
Boyce.
And
he went across the line sideways and airborne.
Wow.
What a finish.
And wow. That inside line was hooked up just perfectly enough on that last lap. They couldn't get the run that they had on the penultimate lap, that outside line, to get back level with Matt Danson, who somehow, yet again, manages to win a race in an Australian oval race. He does it all the time. He's the man that always finds himself at the front if it's not Jason Martin. He's done it again today, but you can't say he doesn't deserve that one.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an incredible drive from Danson. He played all of his cards exactly the right way at exactly the right time. And these are some very well-deserved sweet donuts.
They are indeed.
So Dean Moll, in the midst of all of that, managed to get 3rd at the end of it. So yeah, a good run from Moll to finish things off. Marco Mogren in 4th, Will Leslie in 5th. So Kinetics still a good showing in the top 5.
Indeed. So how did that crash start? It started from the 6 of John King, just sort of needlessly just coming up the racetrack on the entry to the tri-oval, which obviously got into the left of Douglas's quarter panel. And if the ruling is the same as last year, I think you might get a penalty for that one, because there was a similar circumstance for 3rd place going across the line, and that 3rd place getter was given a penalty in the end. John King, I think he might be under a bit of scrutiny from the stewards here.
Well, that still has yet to be decided. Here is the replay of the finish. You see King move up there and just start that chain reaction. Over goes Boyce and smashes into the wall coming across the line. That's the best way I've seen anyone get second in a very long time.
Yeah, that's if you're going to finish a race and not win it, that's how you do it. Do it spectacularly. Look at the onboard here from Mick Boyce. Pushing Douglas right on his right rear, right where you need to be when you're pushing someone from the top line. You see him get unloaded in front of him. And then he hooks the car to the right, trying to get it to the start-finish line. And in super-duper slow-mo, you see Danson up there coming across to take a victory that, in the end, the margin won't show how close it was. Indeed, Mole got a good view as well of Mick Boyce, his spectacular finish to this race. Up and back on to the banking. Cars everywhere.
It was only a 10th between them at the end of it there. There goes Boyce across the line, sideways. Man, things had been slightly different. That could have been a second for Mole, but I'm sure he'll be happy with a podium. Focusing on Will Leslie, because a car ended up going upside down. We just want to try and figure out which one it was. So Leslie and King there at the back of the pack there, and we see the moment where King moves up and makes contact. And the car that ended up on its roof was indeed Will Leslie. copping a huge hit.
It was a massive crash. He still came 5th as well. Impressive. How about we look at the results then, eh?
Yeah, let's wrap all of this up. Thanks, Modem Simulation, for your support of us over the years. These are the unofficial results then. Matt Danson, 205 laps completed in this one, taking a great victory by 4/10 over a sideways Mick Boyst. Dean Moll just a 10th behind in 3rd. Marco Mogren manages to make it 4th. Will Leslie 5th. Daniel Stevens comes home in position 6th, which should be a bit of a consolation for MF Racing. Chris Owen manages to get 7th after being a lap down earlier. A good run from him to the finish. Dwayne Burns manages to make it back into the top 10. Will definitely be unhappy that he couldn't be joined by his teammate Shane Bowen. John King and Brett Gerards rounding out the top 10.
Home in 11th. There's Shane Bowen. Dave Douglas came home in 12th. In the end, after almost winning, he led the penultimate lap, but not the crucial lap. Harold Stadler home in 13th, Philip Morton 14th, Jonathan Ben ahead of Matt Stratford, Matthew Clowett 15th, 16th, 17th MFR cars, not where they wanted to finish line of Stern. Purnell only 18th after a strong race for him, Danny Vassell 19th, and Jake Fox rounded out the top 20.
We're getting down into very unfortunate territory now because these are the retirements or people finishing very far down. Matt Muggleton still classified on the lead lap despite pulling it into the pits, or still classified rather, my apologies. Michael Skurlock 6 laps down, Mirko Dortonak and Cameron Dance, the reigning champion, not getting his season off to a good start here. Christopher Norton and Robert Northway also finding themselves far down the field. Wayne Taylor in 27th. The stewards will be taking a very hard look at how he let the leaders by just before Matthias Magnussen coming home in 28th, and the top 30 being rounded up by Victor Folby and Alex Court, who certainly set the screen alight.
Yep, that was...
I can't believe it, man. Rest of the field there, Johnny Bell, Vernon Wiley, Scott Newton, Trevor Mack, and Jack Stiles. Looks like everyone who started this race managed to complete at least 10 laps, so everything's all good there.
Matt Danson does want to come from an interview, but I just need to somehow get him an invite to the server.
Righto, Jay will be sorting you out very shortly, but we'll go to the first couple of driver interviews for tonight. First up, 3rd place finisher Dean Moll. And Dean, a 2nd place start for you, and it looked like you would be out of the running at the end, but managing to snatch a 3rd at the end, running in the top 6.
Yeah, that was a surprise the way that turned out. I mean, things got pretty wild with all the accidents and cautions at the end. So, fortunately, I got caught up in one, which lost me some track position, but was able to miss some of the bigger ones right there at the end.
That you did. And from your perspective, how clean was it generally out there? Because we saw some quite dramatic happenings and some questionable driving from some.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of my game plan was with qualifying up front to stay up front. So I really liked running the high line because I felt like I could have a little bit more control, not get pinched, and try to maintain track position that way. And it seemed to work. First 150 laps were pretty uneventful for me, but saw a lot of stuff in the mirror. So I have to go back and watch the replays and see what exactly.
Yeah, I think you'll have a great time looking at those. But from a team perspective, for Kinetic, it looked like it had all gone wrong for you guys at the end. But at the last moment, yourself, Marco, and Will managed to take positions in the top 5. So all up, not an entirely bad day for Kinetic.
No, not at all. Everyone at Kinetic, I thought, did a pretty good job during the race. We all kind of had our moments where we got set back, but tried to work together as best we could, and it was a really nice recovery drive from everybody.
Well, before we let you go, Dean, any shout outs or sponsors? Who gets it done for you?
I just want to thank the team. Everybody in Kinetic is great to work with. Eddie Hawks and Liam Quinn did a great job on the setups for Daytona. We had a very strong, good handling fast car, so appreciate all the work everybody.
Dean Moll there, your first place finisher. And We have our race winner, Matt Danson, with us now. Matt, welcome to the commentary box and congratulations on your victory. That was quite an interesting one from your perspective. It seemed like you would be put back and then race as hard as you can up to the front again.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, started at the back. I had a pretty poor run in quali. So just I knew we had a good car. The Horizon boys, built a awesomely fast car. Like if I was in the pack, it was like I was in a different category. But yeah, just had a bit of fun going to the front. I mean, Daytona is a nice wide track, so it's cool to go 3 wide and sort of shoot up the middle and all that sort of thing. So I was just having a bit of fun.
What were your thoughts on the low line versus the high line? Because we did see, particularly at the end, drivers taking advantage of that high line. But yeah, it seemed pretty even between the two rows and the double file.
Yeah, really, it depended. Early in the race, the low line was not great because a lot of guys, obviously, understandably, were just taking it easy. So there's a lot of checking up, and so you're really able to get big time runs on the middle or the top. But yeah, towards the end, obviously, everyone was going hard and bump drafting and all that sort of fun stuff was happening. So it was pretty neck and neck. The top was actually, I think, a little bit better. That's why I tried to run the top on that second last restart, but I felt like I think it was Muggleton was behind me. If I was him, I would have gone around me, on the outside, try and make it 3, and it looked like he was going to go that way. So I was like, I better drop low and try and close that hole.
Well, at the end of it, you held on for victory and certainly putting you in some good spirits winning a Daytona 500. Can we expect you back for the other oval rounds of the major series or even some of the road rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I plan to contest them all. I threw away a top 5 in the 2.4. I think I came 6 or something like that. But I've got reasonable sort of road speed. So, yeah, I plan to do them all. Probably more importantly, though, I'll slightly derail that question. But this win, actually, I want to dedicate it to a friend of mine's, father unfortunately passed away. Hence why my normally colourful car was a mostly black scheme for tonight. And I ran his name, above the door instead of my own, that sort of thing. So yeah, just dedicate the win to him. Hopefully, hopefully somewhere he's able to see it and enjoy it somehow.
We hope so too. Thank you very much for joining us, Matt Danson, and big congratulations on your victory in this Daytona 500. And our final driver interview of the night, Ryan, is going to be second place Mick Boyst, who came across the line quite spectacularly.
Yeah, I got lucky there, didn't I?
Lucky, right spot, right time. As it feels, second of the Daytona 500. Is it exceed your expectations?
Yeah, look, I'm excited. I'm pretty gutted for Dave, though, to be honest. We had a good car and he had a good race all night, but I copped a bit of damage there when I had to try and avoid Wayne with about 20 laps to go, so I didn't have enough to push. But yeah, so he was very close to getting in front of Danson. He could have almost dropped down, but it just wasn't to be.
Well, sometimes, I mean, Danson's car was absolutely ridiculously quick. Do you feel like you had the best setup under you today? I know you worked very hard on the setup along with Mirko and Dave before the race. Were you happy with that side of things?
Yeah, it felt quick. We spent most of the race sitting at the back to sort of just avoid trouble, but when we started the move, we were pretty happy with how we were going. It got us up there pretty quick. So it would have just been good if we had a few of the other boys up there. It would have helped to sort of push us along. But it's a good result for the team, I guess. We've got a good bag of points out.
Yeah, indeed you did. And it's a good start to the championship, just round 2 of about 10 rounds, I think it is. And in terms of that championship, in terms of Illusion, you guys obviously have a goal of winning it. Today went reasonably well for you all. Looking to the next couple of races, are you guys confident of some good results, maybe stealing a win away from guys like Cameron Dance or on the ovals, Matt Danson.
Yeah, I mean, we put a lot of effort into each round, and we usually come away with good results. So if we can keep going like that, we should be pretty good for being up there in a team championship.
Alrighty, well, before we let you go and celebrate with the rest of the team, who are the sponsors and people you'd like to thank?
Main sponsor, Virtual Motorsport Mentor, and the rest of the team. We've worked really hard, so it's been a great weekend, a great event for us. So we didn't get all the results we wanted, but yeah, some of the boys had pretty good success in the sportsman split as well. So yeah, we'll go away from this and work on the next one.
All right, well, congratulations. I think a well-deserved second place for you today. And, that was quite the race.
It certainly was. A lot of talking points to come out of this one. And the stewards will be having a look at a few incidents, to be sure. Quite an eventful race, all things considered. I really enjoyed myself. You?
Yeah, that was a load of fun. It was pretty much action right throughout the race. There was a small lull in the middle, which happens almost every Daytona 500. And then at the end, it got about as exciting as it can get.
Certainly did. And hopefully that is a good primer for the rest of the Majors season. We thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for joining us here on the iRacing Esports Network. We also want to give our props to the Cancer Society of New Zealand, the charity that this race is supporting. Make sure to support their cause, make things a little better. And that brings to an end proceedings for tonight. This was the International Division of the Majors Series, the Daytona 500. Once again, I'm Reese Gardner, Ryan Jones alongside me, and Jay Kennedy on cameras and manning the stream. Thanks very much here on the iRacing Esports Network. We're SimSpeed TV. We'll see you later.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got rid of the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to him.
Oh my God. Big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.